Hello, and welcome to the RPG Academy podcast Twitch channel. My name is Michael, and we're here today for another The Sample Adventures. This time, we are going to be taking a look at the sample adventure included in the 5e Eberron book, Rising from the Last War, which is called Forgotten Relics. I will be playing a barbarian beast folk. What are they called again? Shifter. That's what it's called in Eberron. And I actually, the beast in question is like a tiger. So I kind of look like Tigger, but like a mean version of Tigger when I transform. Their name is Verisalyn, but everyone calls me V because no one can pronounce my name very well. All right. Joining me today is Chris. Chris, say hello to everyone. Tell us who you are and your character you're playing, please.
Hello, everyone. Some of you know me from doing Detention or the Redemption podcast. Today, I am going to be playing Bream Jashad, who is a human sorcerer who has a dragon mark, which I'm still learning about, which is his draconic heritage to getting his abilities. So I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. And then also joining us tonight is Jack, who's been a frequent contributor to these sample adventures. It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. Please introduce yourself and your character today.
Yep. Jack Vincent. I'm playing today a Warforged, an Envoy Warforged, which is rather than a frontline battle bot that I typically think of as a Warforged, is sort of the backline support. It's a cleric. And since I have a Iron Giant, that's a nice picture of my Warforged.
Excellent. And then rounding out our cast.
And the name is Banner of Onotar. Most people just say Banner.
Excellent. And then rounding out our cast is Rami. Rami, say hello to everyone. Tell us who you are and the character you're playing, please.
Hi, folks. So I'm Rami, longtime fan of the RPG podcast, the RPG Academy podcast. And, I've played in one other sample adventure. So today I'm going to be playing Pazzo Cass, which is, he's a halfling ranger who is indebted to the Boromir clan in Sharn. And he's trying to find a way to get out of that debt.
Excellent. And then leading us today in our adventure is the DM of Cthulhu, which is a bunch of things, but I know them because we play in an Eberron streaming game together on occasion. It's supposed to be every other Monday or every Monday. I don't remember, but it's hardly ever that. So Cthulhu, welcome to our stream and say hello to everybody and then kick things off however you would.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. As Michael just said, I'm at Cthulhu. You can call me Dungeon Master or Ralph. But yeah, it's funny that I'm here running an Eberron game. A lot of my history growing up playing D&D was always in the Forgotten Realms, but really great setting. And I think we're just going to ease on into it. As a little bit of backstory, I think the overlay kind of depicts the city of Sharn. The city of Sharn is not quite the capital of Breland, but one of the major metropolitan cities of Breland, which is itself one of the 5 nations that exists now at the end of what you may hear referred to as the Last War, 100 years long war. The Eberron setting, for those who aren't familiar, kind of emphasizes this post-war, like post-World War II, but also Cold War era political intrigue. And it has trains that run on lightning and humanoid constructs called Warforged, who were ostensibly created to fight in the last war and now have their freedom as a part of the Treaty of Thronehold. It's a very rich and detailed world. It has a lot of departures from what you might be used to with your Forgotten Realms. They take a lot of the kind of basic assumptions of Tolkien fantasy and flip them around a little bit. But this starter adventure is to act kind of as an introduction to that setting. It kind of includes a little bit of Eberron flavor at every twist and turn to give you guys an understanding of more like what a shifter is or what a Warforged is or a Kalash Tar. These are all words you'll probably know how to define by the end of the game. So that being said, you've all received a letter from a mutual connection that you share. A Sergeant Germaine Vilroy, a sergeant of the Sharn Watch. She herself was a veteran of the last war. She served on the side of Breland, the country in which you're all congregated currently. And you are all arriving or living your lives in the city of Sharn. You may have some passing familiarity with one another. You may only know each other through this connection to Germaine, but we can kind of dig into that as we go. But you all received a letter from her specifying a meeting place and a time, saying that she needs your assistance with an investigation that requires some subtlety, and that you are to meet her at the top of this tower on the evening of, the Eberron has its own calendar too, which I'm obsessed with in our ongoing campaign. But you all arrive at roughly the same time to the peak of this tower, and Sharn is a city of towers. So, getting to this specific one, you cross several sky bridges. You may have taken a sky coach or a lift. The lifts are powered by, arcane batteries and things like that. But an orange glow covers the top of the Lyrandar Tower as the sun sinks in the sky. Above, the great airships of House Lyrandar float like leviathans, surrounded by brilliant rings of elemental energy. Below, bridges crisscross at all levels of the city, connecting Sharn's great towers. The sounds of crying children, barking vendors, cursing sky coach drivers, and braying hippogriffs rise up to become a unique din that can only be heard in the city of towers. Each of you carries a letter from your acquaintance, Sergeant Germaine Vilroy of the Sharn Watch, that reads, "I'm calling on you for a job. I can't write the details, but it pays well and requires your skills. Meet me at the airship dock on top of the Lyrandar Tower. Come armed." So, I'm sorry. So you all begin arriving. Let's just say, Pazzo, you're among the first to arrive. Departing a lift that connects to the Lyrandar Tower. There's no airship departures at this particular hour, basically. So the platform is largely abandoned. But you arrive and you do see Germaine. Could you tell me briefly, what does Germaine see? What does your character look like?
So he's a relatively taller halfling. Around 3'3". He's got black hair in a top knot, so kind of like a Kender, but different property. So yeah, he's dressed in scale mail, and he's got a couple of short swords and a bow, and he is very observant. So he's met Germaine before, and yeah, he's curious to see. He's waiting to see, though, before he really gets close to Germaine to talk to her. He wants to see who else is coming, because he's not sure who else is coming along.
Well, she gives you a nod, and at that point, Brim, your sky coach driver, pulls up to one of the nearby sky coach landing pads, and you exit.
He steps out, and Brim's, he's tall. He's 5'10"-ish, right around 170 pounds. He's pretty lean. He steps out, very nice, fancy clothes on, long white shirt, dark, nice purple pants. He's got jet black hair and these bright green eyes, just kind of glow almost. And the skin, the parts you can see, it looks almost like it's got a little black sheen to it, and almost like they're little, almost circular shapes to them, kind of woven into the skin. And he walks forward with a head held high, with a very pronounced sense of confidence.
Perfect. And is your dragon mark concealed, or is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Currently it is.
All right.
Is it on your lower back?
Nope. Nope.
It's the first place you got to look.
Exactly.
So then let's V and Banner. Did I get it right? Yeah. So V and Banner. Let's just say you guys are arriving at roughly the same time. You've ascended the stairs up this tower, and like I said, as you've gone up, you can see there's no departures from this platform at this time. So I think you guys have kind of given each other a sidelong look at this point, like you must be going where I'm going.
Yeah.
But the two of you arrive, and V, why don't you describe what you look like?
1 second. So so V is a beast. This is a shifter. I do not look like a tabaxi, but there are definitely feline features that sort of, if you look too closely, you'll see them. I have the slitted eyes like a cat would. I'm tall, I'm about 6'2". I am female. I have just like the minimum amount of clothing that a person could have on is what I have on. And it is probably made out of hide. Definitely look more probably barbarian than anything else. And I do carry a very large double-bladed axe, and I am carrying it. I don't have it sheathed. It's always in my hands, ready to use.
Excellent. And next to V is an even taller Warforged, so robot, living robot. Banner of Onatar, pronouns are it. And the probably wears some kind of cape off the back, just to kind of with an indication of their affiliation with Onatar. The armor and the metal on the body of Banner is pristine. You see a mace hanging off of one belt, and you also see other smaller hammers and maybe a tool belt off the other side. They've got a smithy background. One of their jobs in the war was not only healing but repair and forge related activities. They also have, they've got their pack. They've got a couple of javelins strapped to their pack in the back. So you see a pretty formidable looking creature, although in Sharn, these are not that unusual.
Perfect. So as darkness descends on the city, you see windows light up the towers around you from bottom to top. A cool wind whisks between you, drowning out the other noises of the city. You see a human, Brellish woman in her mid-30s with close-cropped black hair and a glowing pipe in her mouth. She gives a wry smile as she nods to all of you arriving in turn and kind of beckons for you all to come closer. Thank you for coming.
Of course. What can we do for you?
I have an appointment to meet with a Warforged, and she kind of nods in Banner's direction, named Cole, who claims to have knowledge of a crime being committed in Old Sharn. I want you to meet with Cole and see if what she has to say is worth my time. I'm worried that with my status as a watch sergeant, my presence in Lower Tavik's Landing, having a meeting with some Warforged, might draw some unwanted attention.
Is there some connection between the watch and the Warforged that you're being wary of?
No, nothing along those lines. It's just there are parties who are interested in the activities of the watch. The city has eyes all throughout the towers, and member of the watch such as myself might be a bit more recognizable. If I'm milling about in Lower Tavik's Landing and this Warforged, this Cole character, has information about a crime and they make her as a snitch, perhaps that doesn't go so well for her. If she's wasting my time, I'd rather she waste yours, and I can compensate you for that.
So this is a matter of stealth.
Subtlety, perhaps.
Discretion.
She knows.
And why am I here?
That was my first thought as well.
Because if things do go sideways, she kind of like just gestures to the fact that you're always walking around armed. As I said, there's many criminal elements in this city, and her gaze like lingers on you, Pazzo, for just a second, and she says, "And if they see, they see the law coming, they get a little on edge. It just might be better set for the lot of you. And for your time, as I said, you will be compensated. She immediately just kind of like draws forth some coin pouches from a nearby satchel, and then jingles them to let you all hear the coins. Do we have an accord? You meet with this call and let me know what happens, what's said.
If things go sideways, what happens then? We handle it.
She nods. Yeah. She says, if you get into trouble with other members of the watch, show them my letter. It'll act as a sort of writ that you're working on my behalf. But of course, keep violence to self-defense or necessity as best as possible.
V, you
There's
get
a
a
slight chuckle that comes out of my mouth.
and you get a glare from Bream.
Well, I'm sure hoping there's not going to be anything that is can be considered a criminal. We want to keep this above the board. At least I think so.
Certainly. And she starts like tossing the coin pouches at you all. So you're getting 25 gold each now, she tells you. You don't have to count it in front of her, but you certainly can. After you meet with Cole, bring back the information or escort her to me. And another 50 gold is in it for you.
You see V start to like obviously counting on their hand, and then they get to the other hand, so they put the axe in that hand and they start counting, and then you see they obviously got confused. They put the axe in their mouth and then they're trying to count that way. I never get to 25 or 50 in this method.
It's 75, V.
Thanks, now I got to start over.
The meeting is set to take place this very evening at a little place in Lower Tavik's Landing called the Cog Carnival. Or no, well, it's in High Walls, actually. She corrects herself. It's what district that is. Germaine. Oh yeah, she does say that you have the equivalent of a writ of enforcement authorizing you to conduct official duties of the watch under Vilroy's authority. So she says, if you get into trouble with city workers or other members of the watch, they will likely respect the writ, as long as you don't engage in flagrantly illegal activity.
I chuckle again. Have I ever heard of this place, the Cog Carnival? It sounds like a place V would have hung out at before.
You can make an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. I have a -1 intelligence. I rolled a natural 20.
Wow.
Your memory doesn't retain a lot of things, let's say, but the names of various bars and dives and gambling houses in the lower levels of the city. Yeah, you think you've heard of the Cog Carnival. You've maybe never been in there because you know that they charge a cover for non-Warforged. It's a pretty exclusively Warforged bar.
Interesting.
So Banner, you may have heard of it, given I don't know what your proclivities are towards fun and games, but
typically Banner is not too interested in the lower wards. They generally leave her too dirty. I said her already. They leave it too dirty and just too much hassle to get cleaned up afterwards. So when it needs to go there, it goes. But
so as Germaine turns to leave, just giving you all a nod, she does say, if you need someplace to stay while in the city, I don't know what all of your arrangements are. There's a Galanda Hall in Middle Dura. There's a room there for the next few days. 2 rooms on my account. But she begins kind of turning to stride off towards the lift, unless anybody has any last words or concerns.
where do we re-meet? Where do we reconvene?
That's a good question. She would say one of you can leave a message for her at the the watch chapter house in this tower, and then she'll meet you all at the Galanda Hall.
Well, when we're done, I will leave you a message.
Yes,
And with that,
the most subtle one of you. That would be great.
yeah. And with that, Bream picks up his pouch of gold, walks over to Banner. Use this for our petty cash, and drops it in Banner's hand and just keeps walking.
Okay.
After looking around and realizing V has no pockets, I will eventually tie my little purse string around my neck. So I'm carrying it like a little neck pouch.
Nice.
And welcome Foxblade, Tad, and Tom, who are all hanging out with us this morning.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. So, moving things along then, High Walls is in Lower Tavix Landing. So, as you guys may have intuited, or as you may be aware, in the city of Sharn, the highest up towers tend to be the more wealthy and clean and commercially successful. And then as you get down from the middle into the lower levels of any given district, and the city is subdivided up into several districts, it gets a little darker, literally and figuratively. If you're imagining Coruscant or something like that, like your Star Wars city, you're on the right track. So this is in Lower Tavix Landing. High Walls is mostly an enclosed district. All of the bridges are massive, magically warded gates that can be sealed at a moment's notice. Each gate incorporates a Sharn watch station. So as you guys are kind of picking your way down the lifts and across the sky bridges over into Lower Tavix Landing, you do become aware of just kind of the steady decline in quality of life and the increase in security, let's say. The stench of body odor, garbage, and tobacco mixed together in the streets. High walls cut this district's crumbling, vandalized buildings off from the rest of Sharn, though towers rise over the walls like imposing sentries. Many people stand idly on street corners, eyeing you suspiciously and keeping to themselves. So V, with a very good memory roll, a very good intelligence check, rather, I'll say you're leading the party roughly in the direction towards the Cog Carnival.
All right. And V is definitely the type of person that if anyone is looking at us, I will make direct eye contact. Like I don't try to look small. I stand tall and proud and will look everyone directly in the eye, offering even the hint of a challenge. I will raise my axe.
That's one way to get them to stop eyeing you.
And there's probably a few incidences where Banner has to kind of give V a little push to continue moving.
Fair, very fair.
Right. So the Cog Carnival is a dilapidated looking dive bar. There's got a crumbling stone facade marred with some graffiti. Some of the phrases that leap out at you are forged our scrap and leave metalheads. You can see there is a Warforged standing guard at the door, perhaps a bouncer of some sort. It looks relatively scarred up. You can see a large carved chunk of wood replacing what would have been a severed foot at some point in its career. And you can see that several Warforged are kind of filtering in front of you, and they're just getting waved by. No issue. But since you are a group of mixed ancestries, heritages, let's say, you can see that this Warforged does kind of raise a hand up to have a conversation with you. It just kind of grumbles and points towards Banner. You're in. And then it looks at the rest of you and it says 5 copper ahead.
I'm sorry. You're charging me? I think not. He starts to just walk forward.
You can get the bouncer kind of throws up an arm, and you can see just nicks and gashes out of his Warforged plating. And he says, "Breathers pay."
Shall I go in and contact Cole myself?
No. It's just
Luck.
Bream waves a hand at Banner. Fine. Pay the man. Get him out of my way.
It's worth noting, of course, that 5 copper is an absolutely it's a pittance. I mean, you could get a gold and pay for everybody to get in for the rest of their lives, essentially. But how do you manage the situation, Banner?
Banner will take a coin from Bryn's pouch and pay the man and expect change.
You're breaking a gold? No, we'll say there's some silver in there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So yeah, you give him a silver, he gives you 5 copper back. Do the rest of you have any bent towards arguing this cover charge?
Well, Via initially would have taken that to mean I have to pay for every person I behead. So I look a little confused at what's happening, but I will walk in with everyone else. But I'm still assuming that at some point I'll have to pay for everyone I kill inside.
Very good.
And Pazzo, he'd pay no matter what, right? It's the law. So you got to follow the law. So he pays his share.
All right. So everybody but Banner is 5 copper lighter as you enter. Smoky low flames in a fireplace barely illuminate the cracked stone walls and filthy floors of this establishment. The single room space is crowded with warforged with severed digits or limbs, scars, burns, and other wounds. Other warforged in the area are gathered around traditional dice, card, dart, and board games, as well as carnival competitions, such as throwing metal rings onto posts, tossing a ball at a tower of weighted iron cups hard enough to make them fall down, and striking a homemade machine hard enough with a hammer to make it ring a bell. A small bar in the corner serves cheap ale. Behind this bar, a warforged bartender shouts jeers at patrons losing games. And let's just say there's a small warforged band over in the corner just playing Entry of the Gladiator on repeat. So you get the
Nice. Banner is looking around and reaching for its belt of tools, just aching to enact some repairs on the more heavily damaged warforged. It knows that that's not necessarily well accepted outside the context of battle, but just seeing all these abused and beat up warforged is if it had a heart, would be breaking its heart. And Banner totally stands out as a warforged in top looking condition, very well maintained. As I said, almost shining armor, if one could imagine that.
Yeah, I was gonna say your pristine plating kind of is a stark contrast. You do think that some of these warforged, I mean, not every single one of them is completely like war torn.
Yeah.
You imagine it must be a choice. I mean, these repairs are available, but it might just be they're proud to kind of bear the scars of the last war, essentially. But you might notice a few eyes kind of like look over at you as like maybe you look like a softie to them or something, like you were like like you were a house servant while they were out there in the trenches, basically.
Well, I was in the back lines rather than in the trenches. Yeah.
You start explaining that to them. Yeah. But yeah, so it is a those of you who breathe, which is everybody but Banner. I mean, smoke inhalation might be a concern with prolonged exposure in here, but it obviously doesn't seem to bother the warforged.
No. And I don't smell this scent of burnt gears and burnt oil, and
yes.
You guys might.
I'm just marveling at.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just marveling at everything because it's like this is like I haven't been in here before, and seeing all these games that all the warforged are playing, it's just like and everything is so much bigger. So I'm just like looking up and looking at everything wide-eyed. I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
Bream reaches in his pocket and pulls out a pair of gloves, puts them on, then looks at V. I bet you can't drink 4 glasses of ale before I'm done with this conversation.
Bet. And I will make my way to the bar.
Then Bream looks at Banner. Very well. What does Cole look like? Or which one is Cole?
I am not certain. Maybe we shall ask the bartender.
Very well.
So by the time you approach the bar, V has already slammed down one mug, just a little bit ahead of you. The bartender has like a small carving into its chest plating that says "smelt," which just from context you assume would be this entity's name. She, like I said, she just served V a mug, and she's actually in the process of pouring him another to set it up for him. But she kind of like looks at the mixed lot in front of her, seeing a shifter, a halfling, human. You are human, right? With a rather odd-looking human, and the Warforged. I mean, to you, Banner, she probably gives a nod, but to the rest of you, she says, "What'll it be?"
Just a quick conversation.
Does it pay?
Yes.
Converse then. She slides another mug to V, and she starts pouring another. You just, you probably slammed a gold piece down and said 4 mugs. So
My associates and I are looking for one of your fine patrons for the evening. My understanding is there is a beautiful woman here. He did say female, right?
a female Warforged, yes.
Okay. A beautiful one of your build named Cole that is here.
Smelt narrows her eyes. V, go ahead and give me a constitution check. I just want to see how fast this chugging is going.
Nice. All right. Laws of averages. I got a 2 on that one, which for me is a 5.
It's not so they serve beer here, but like Warforged don't enjoy it. Like
Right.
So it's probably just like warm, like and if you're into that, that's fine, but it's just it's hard going. But you're chugging through your second one and kind of eyeing Brem, thinking, oh, this conversation's heating up. I gotta speed up.
I'm sure I have drunk worse and will again. So yeah, this is fine.
But she Smelt narrows her eyes. She's also got a female personality, it seems. And she says, what are you looking for? This is a safe place for the Forged.
I have no ill will. I just need to ask her some questions.
Just make a persuasion check for me, Brem.
Yay. 18 total.
Wow. So you feel like you've assured her of the conviction that you don't mean any hard will. She kind of raises up a little bit, looks over your all's heads, and she gestures over towards the corner. You can see there is an all black, one-armed metal Warforged sitting alone at a booth, kind of off on the right-hand side of the establishment. She says, "That's Cole, but don't bother." Like, what would she say? She would say, that is the one designated Cole. If you have any trouble to make with her, you will not be welcome in this establishment.
Bream smiles. I could do very little to anyone here. As you see, I am unarmed.
Yeah. She looks at Banner and she goes, "Keep an eye on this one."
Yes, ma'am.
The second mug slams down on the hardwood, and you grab the third.
Really loud belch.
but it seems like your party might be turning from the bar here temporarily, so you might have lost this bet. What is the approach with Cole?
Bream just heads straight over to Cole, weaving his way through the crowd, making sure he doesn't touch anything. Because to him, everything is very dirty, if that's kind of how I'm picturing it.
Yes. Yeah, Banner isn't thrilled with the dirt either, but in a different, I think, at a different perspective than Bren.
Yeah.
But Banner follows Bren over, sort of like, yeah, like you're gonna screw things up. Wait. But I'm taking it. Bren gets there faster than Banner does, even on Banner's longer legs.
He makes a beeline. He's not even worried about anything.
Yep.
And Pazzo's also following. So I'm just weaving through the crowd, and it's like I'm trying to get there, without tripping up on anyone. If I have to, I'm tumbling through legs and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you might have seen like festivals at Gatherhold, which is kind of like the tribal. It's like the Vias Dalthrak or whatever, like the major city of the Talented Plains. But yeah, you're probably marveling at some of the machines here and weaving through the crowd behind your taller companions. You can see that Cole regards you all kind of warily as you're approaching. She's alone in the booth. Like I said, a Warforged, seemingly missing her right arm. She immediately, as you guys approach, kind of starts to like look around, look over your shoulders, like trying to get an assessment of what the situation is, why you'd be coming up to her. She might be slightly, she looks at Banner probably more than Brem at this point. But yeah, you all pick your way up to her. How are we opening this conversation? Because who talks first? You talk first. I talk first.
Yeah. As soon as Brem gets there, he just looks right at her. May I join you?
I'm expecting to meet with someone.
That is me.
How do you mean?
I am here in that person's place. Then Bream slides across one of the writs. I feel we have a friend that was not able to be here.
She flips the paper up just to see Germain's name, and she slides it back towards you and says, "Well, hurry up, sit down. Don't cause more of a scene. A lot of you stick out, even in the company of." She gestures at Banner.
I'm picturing these as large seats.
Yeah, I would say.
And they're probably covered in oil and soot and stuff.
Yeah, they're like battered wooden chairs with some oil stains and things of that nature. Yeah.
Very well. Bream looks over at Banner. Please sit first.
So Banner's really struggling with seeing this missing arm on Cole, and sits next to Cole, and slowly lowers itself to the seat. Thunk. There's probably I'm thinking that Banner's probably got some kind of cloth that it wiped off the seat first as it was sitting down, and then offers it to Bren and Pazzo to if they feel like they need to clean off their seat before they sit.
Brem actually sits on one of Banner's knees and then just slowly turns and looks at Cole.
Cole, what happened to your arm, and can I offer any repairs? As Banner grabs their tool belt and kind of brings it out onto the table.
Interesting. At this point, V, you rush over just kind of shoving your way through the crowd, probably still belching a bit and with a belly full of 4 ales. Cole kind of looks at you. She says, I noticed the iconography on your back. I'm not much for the faiths of the unforged, if you will, but I believe I don't have the arm anymore for reattaching, and I've come to learn. I've come to learn my limitations and respect them. But it's part of the reason I believe I may be in the current situation I am.
Would we know roughly how much it would cost to repair the arm?
It's a good question. So
Banner probably does, but I don't know.
The creation forges that the Warforged were created in are, of course, decommissioned as part of the Treaty of Thronehold. After the last war, they stopped the manufacture of Warforged. So to find a factory piece basically to reinstall might be expensive. To kind of jury rig something, to make it like an equivalent, like the wooden foot that the Warforged has at the door.
Yeah.
Maybe 50 gold, maybe a little less. I mean, expensive enough that it would probably be beyond the reach of common day laborers, which a lot of Warforged are relegated to, but not so expensive that it couldn't be done.
So V will look around and just sort of start pointing and going, "Would you like that one? That one?
I need that guy's arm."
Yep.
Perfect. Cole goes on to say, I don't know why Germaine deigned that she couldn't meet with me herself, but since you all are here in her stead, I'll tell you what vexes me, and hopefully you can be of some help. I served in the Syrian military during the last war. And she kind of at that point just kind of peers at Banner.
Banner shakes its head. Understood.
We might have been on different sides, I think.
Yeah, and at this point, I think my understanding of the lore is that while probably some people still have grudges, the Warforged in particular, they were made to serve, and we understand that was that part of our existences, and now we're in a new existence.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of a nod and understand faction was what it was, and my faction was what it was.
That's where I lost this, and she kind of raises what she has left of her right arm. But I gained something more enduring, a friendship with another Warforged named Razor. After the war, Razor and I were liberated. No seer to try and lay claim to us anymore anyway. So we immigrated here to Breland, and we looked for work in Sharn. But many businesses are reluctant to hire Warforged, particularly Warforged foreigners. So we've been hard up for coin. About a month ago, Razor told me that she had a job working on a long-term secret assignment for some House Diorian. Warforged from other parts of the city were also being recruited to help, and the job required physical labor, so my inability prevented me from being able to join her in this. But Razor was saving money to help purchase a new arm so that I might work alongside her. She'd often come back from these days sullen or wounded, but she never particularly opened up about the particulars until, she confessed that it was more dangerous than it seemed when she was recruited. And now she's disappeared.
you would like us to find her?
I think whatever it is that she's gotten herself mixed up in probably ties into something bigger going on here in the city. You don't need more than just a couple of Warforged for moving couches and things like that. So whatever these recruiters were getting everyone up to, finding her.
You mentioned the house, but I didn't catch the name of the house.
Orion, House Orion, I guess I should say. D is the prefix, whatever. So you would know House Orion is the unicorn symbology, the lightning rail, the fast moving carts, their travel and things of that nature. They're one of the 12 dragon marked houses that essentially run the world of Eberron underneath all of the kingdoms, basically.
So do they have the transportation network under their control, or is it just some of that?
They run the lightning rails, and the lightning rails, network the 5 kingdoms together. They also have carts and wagons that are bound with earth elementals to travel long distances inexhaustibly and things like that. So ostensibly they could hire Warforged as like porters to like load cargo and things like that, but maybe that's what Razor had thought she was getting into, but it seems like it was something a bit more than that.
So Banner says that you gave Jermaine, and trying to be as quiet as possible, you gave Jermaine indication that you thought there was crimes being committed. Is it the crime of missing Razor or something more?
Yes. I mean, first and foremost, my friend is missing, and she was working on what she confided in me was a secret assignment for House Orion, and it seemed more intensive than standard cargo duties or things like that. So my friend is missing, and I believe that it is part of a larger operation of some sort.
Where did you last see your friend?
She would say that they share lodgings here in Lower Tavix Landing, along with a couple of other Warforged. She last saw Razor maybe 3 days ago. She left for a shift and didn't come back. She tried kind of appealing to the authorities here in Lower Tavix, and no one was particularly interested in her plight. But she just happened to cross paths with Jermaine in one of the middle districts of the city, and Jermaine seemed, I guess she got no assistance here in this district, so she just appealed it to the watch chapters in the middle district, and it must have just gotten funneled up to Jermaine at that point. Basically, would be your understanding.
Very well.
So
Sounds like
did Razor say exactly where she was working, like where she was working for House Orion? Did she share that with you? Is that something? Because maybe we could investigate that. Or was it under wraps? Because it sounds very shady.
She came back caked in dirt and debris, the likes of which, I mean, you might find here in the middle, in middle or lower districts. But if I had to guess, I would say down deep, the cogs or so, under the lowest levels, toiling in the dirt and grime. It's also at this point too, I'll say Cole had been sitting like there. It's just like a little bit of like an alcove to form this booth, but there is like a table and chairs basically here. When you were pointed in her direction, you noticed that she had taken a seat facing the door. At this point, as she kind of finishes sharing this little bit of insight, there's a sudden burst of arcane energy, just blasts into the wall, just about 6 to 8 inches away from her head. The very Han Solo Guido shooting first, like just the as a firebolt hits the wall there and scatters embers and such. You can see she was maybe a little bit engrossed in the conversation with you all, but it seems like turning towards the door over the immediate kind of panic of the crowd, you can see a dark cloaked figure standing in the doorway who misses this shot and then immediately starts to kind of duck around the corner as again. So yeah, Cole's reaction to that is obviously she just kind of like tilts in her chair, throwing herself sideways and kind of scrambling to her feet, and she begins to panic a bit. Just a second for me. Let me look at this.
So it's not obvious that these are attacking Cole in particular. It's just something happening in the bar.
No, it definitely seemed targeted.
I have an idea. Just waiting.
So does V.
So just as Cole is finishing her exposition, a bolt of fire explodes inches from Cole's head, causing bedlam in the Cog Carnival. Cole sprints to her feet and she immediately starts shouting, "This is a setup!" So let's just quickly drop into a little bit of I mean, you guys can certainly speak as a free action, but she looks like she's ready to bolt.
Brim looks right at V, points towards the door, and just says, "V, smash that person that attacked us."
By the time you got V out, I was already on my way that way.
Perfect. Let's see. So, sorry, I'm just rereading this. The section isn't very well laid out. Run for the chase is on. Okay, so yeah, she is going to she starts to immediately make for the door, and let's just say yeah, you all have a chance to kind of act, but she is bolting for the door, which is kind of beginning a chase scene. Not that the 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons particularly handles chases very well, but I did refresh myself on on that setup. But she is immediately sprinting. She is sprinting to try and flee this place. Whoever took that shot at her ducked back outside, but there is only one entrance and exit. And as the crowd is panicking, people are starting to kind of filter out that door and make for the Lower Tavix district. Let's just say Palzo, like what you would be the first to act. You have slightly better dexterity, unless anybody has a free action shout or anything that they want. But
there's so Banner will yell something to the effect of, "That's the way they ran."
Perfect.
So if Cole is bolting from us, thinking that we set her up, I'm just going to try and follow her. But I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up because, halfling legs aren't quite as long as everyone else's. So, but if I can move fast enough at the start, we'll see. Maybe I can catch up now.
Perfect. Okay. So if you're participating in what is essentially a chase, you're as a pursuer, you can use the dash action a number of times equal to 3 plus your Constitution modifier. So that's how long you can run pretty much flat out. Each additional dash action past that takes a Constitution check to avoid getting exhausted, essentially. So
is that in the standard rules?
Yeah, it's
Wow,
chapter 8 of the DMG.
that's good to know.
Yeah, I had to look that up. So make note of 2 or 3 plus your Constitution modifier. We'll say that Cole, she hears your call, Banner, but you could see like, there are some people panicking and running out the front. So if it's the only exit she's aware of, she's going to try and take it. And she might just be able to blend in with that spooked crowd or whatever.
Yep.
So Pazzo, if you want to spend your action in your movement, you can definitely keep in pursuit with her.
Okay, I'll do that.
Perfect. Okay. And let me take a quick look since I took some screenshots here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let me see what everybody else is doing, and then I'll have you make your chase check here. Brem?
Following behind V.
Okay, yeah, you two are at essentially the same initiative. So you, V, are you taking pursuit as well?
Yes, I'm shifting into my more bestial form, so my cat-like features become even more prominent, and I'm going to leap into, through, over, around, and under any Warforged in my way to get out as quickly as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, some tables and chairs are being picked over or knocked over. Ring toss rings kind of scatter onto the ground. All of the like attract mode, like dinging and ringing of the machines is like a background noise for all of this din of the crowd panicking. So that just let's see here. Banner, are you also joining in the chase at this moment?
Did we get a look at the person that attacked, or was it dove in, attacked, and then dove back out the door?
I'll let you make a retroactive perception check just to see. Anybody can do this, I guess. You all saw like a dark hooded figure, but maybe some of you caught some details.
So I got a natural 20 for a 25.
Dang, all right.
Nope. Unless a 2 makes it.
13 for V.
16 for Pazzo.
Okay. So Pazzo and Banner, you saw this figure as she was turning. You saw more like fur to her face and her hands than you would expect of most humanoid races. You think that it was a shifter, and you just saw her kind of turn and flee out the door after dropping. Like it looked like she had like a wand essentially or something, and she just went. And when that missed, she just like immediately turned. So a lot of you just saw the swishing of dark cloak and hood, but some of you saw some shifter features.
Yeah, so maybe I'll call out to V in particular. V, it was a shifter.
Perfect. Okay. So let's take a look here. So
yes, Banner will be following.
Okay, perfect. So the quarry in this case, our good friend Cole, is going to make a dexterity stealth check. She would have advantage because this is a very crowded or noisy area, the streets just outside. But isn't one of you playing a ranger?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, since you are a ranger, since you're the ranger and the lead pursuer, she has disadvantage. So the advantage and disadvantage cancel out. So she just makes a flat stealth check here. Okay. And I need everybody to make a perception check, basically as you're spilling out into this crowd looking for the path that she has taken. Or actually, it says it's compared to the passive wisdom perception scores of the pursuers.
Okay.
So what's everybody's passives?
Oh, passive is 15 for Banner.
Okay.
13 for Pazzo.
Gotcha.
13 for V, but I'm not looking for Cole.
Nope, me neither.
Oh, are you looking for the other?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're going after the attacker, Bram and I.
So let's take a quick look then. Everybody sees the direction that Cole is going. And because of a poor stealth roll, you also see that the hooded figure is in pursuit as well. Maybe only just like, a half distance in front of you. But you can see that basically everybody is spilling out. The panic crowd is breaking right and left, heading down the streets of Lower Tavik's Landing. You can see that Cole is hurriedly shuffling, just running, south basically from your current position. And you can see that the hooded figure is behind her. You guys follow in that direction, and you are all, since you did not lose sight of them, you could basically see that a corner is turned in front of you, and you can see as Cole and this hooded figure kind of turn that corner, they are out of your sight for just a moment. And as you guys reach the mouth of that alleyway, you can see that there are a number of kobolds basically on the far side. There are 4 kobolds camped out here in the alley that this shifter has apparently flushed Cole right into this trap. And you can see that they are all similarly garbed in like leather armors and black hoods and cloaks and things. So now we're going to move into an actual combat, I bet. Just a second here. So coming back around to the top of the order, you can see that Cole, immediately seeing that she's like trapped, she gives up the pursuit. She just kind of like throws herself prone, maybe feeling that she can't really defend herself that effectively. The hooded shifter figure kind of turns and looks back at you all, angrily snarling and showing teeth as it flips back its hood. And then all of the kobolds, assessing that Cole isn't the threat here, kind of turn towards you all with menace as well. So let's see. Top of the order is still going to be Pazzo. You guys are basically right at the mouth of this alley. The shifter is maybe 10 feet ahead of you, right next to Cole. And then the kobolds are on the other side of Cole and the shifter, maybe another 10 or 15 feet away. So everything's pretty much within a single move's distance from you at the moment, Pazzo.
Okay, so I can make a move and attack?
Yeah. So as a basic refresher of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, you have an action, a bonus action, and a move action. You also have an object interaction that you can use for things like drawing weapons and things of that nature. So yeah, most of your attacks are going to be your attack action. If you have a bonus action spell like Hunter's Mark or anything, you can cast that. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have any questions about anything on your sheet, just let me know and I can.
Okay. So I'm going to draw my 2 short swords and move into range of the shifter.
Perfect.
I think
okay.
she's closer than me, so that means I can attack, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll both attacks. Does a 13 hit? 13 plus 5. Sorry, so 18.
Yes, that's a much bigger number when you put them together.
Yeah,
that is a hit.
And 4 on the damage for that. My other attack was 13, so I'm assuming that one probably doesn't hit.
That one is a miss.
Okay.
So you stride up. The shifter has kind of turned its attention on the lot of you, saying, "This is none of your business." But you just lunge forward with so you fight short sword in 2 hands?
Yeah.
Perfect. You lunge forward with your first short sword attack and sink it into her side a bit. And you can see that she growls and bars her like fanged teeth. But then when you bring your second attack, she's already drawn her own short sword and is kind of just parries you. But yeah, she's angry about that. But yeah,
you've made it our business.
Unfortunately, after let's see. The kobolds have just a little bit more dex than Brim and V, so the kobolds are acting next. Oh no, I lost my page. How did I do that? 1 second. Yeah, this is the other thing when they don't print these as standalone books. You got to have the whole core rulebook in front of you. So there are a total of 4 kobolds, and 3 of them are now going to pull out their slings and start slinging bullets at the rest of you, kind of hanging back. Because of the height differential between the shifter and Pazzo, they aren't really going to throw at him at the moment. But so that's one bolt for the other three of you. So Brim, a rock coming out of a leather thong just comes slinging in your direction. Just so insulting this must be for you. Does a no, that is not going to hit. A 9 hit your armor class?
No, it doesn't.
This one is coming for Banner. Banner does a 15 hit your armor class.
It does not.
And then V does a 13 hit your armor class.
It does not.
So just a fusillade of rocks come flying from most of the kobolds. The last one you could see, he doesn't have a sling at hand. His eyes are darting about, and he looks like he is starting to conjure up a spell of some sort. I mean, you can see his tiny kobold clawed hands begin shifting around, and he starts murmuring some incantation. After the ineffective kobold brigade, we have, who wants to go first, Brem or V?
Go ahead.
Together, Todd.
You're
right,
already
so,
kind
yeah.
of running in front of me.
Yeah, so I'm still sort of like a loping charge. Once they've turned around and I see they're fighting, I'm just going to like let out like a really bestial roar. I'm going to enter my barbarian rage, which is currently on top of my shifted form, and I'm going to leap in and attack with my great axe. And that is not a great attack, but that is a 13 total.
13 total is just a miss. You can see that this shifter is only wearing leather armor, but she's just got a little bit more dexterity than that. So she just kind of twists out of the way as you stomp forward and take a swing. You can see Cole kind of looks up from her position on the ground up at you, and she starts to read the situation a little differently, thinking like, "Oh, this isn't a setup after all."
Yeah, and I will try to position myself where like I'm like maybe on top of Cole just to keep distance, like me
Banner was going to do
between.
that.
Okay.
Perfect.
What is your shifter form? Do for
Again,
you?
I'm more tiger-like, so black and orange.
Does it
so-
mechanically do anything?
That's
yeah, I get
what I was
I
asking.
get mechanical benefits when I shift as well.
And then your
Yeah.
rage stacks with that.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think. Do they still have long tooth or whatever the other one is?
So I get temporary hit points and
Wow.
a bonus to my armor class, and then the rage gives me bonus to attacks and damage.
Nice.
All right.
Well, after V has taken up a defensive stance over Cole, it's Bren's turn.
All right. Which one was casting the spell?
One of the 4 kobolds in the back. So the
The one that didn't
sling a
shoot
bullet.
at us already.
Yeah.
Brim's going to shoot at him. I'm going to use the firebolt cantrip.
Sure.
It says make a spell ranged attack or ranged spell attack. I could read really.
So D20 plus your proficiency plus your spell casting modifier.
And in the attacks and spellcasting section, it lists the total modifier. At least it did for me.
Yep, I got it. So 13 total.
13 total is enough to hit this kobold. Go ahead and give me a
Nice.
1d10 damage roll, I believe, for a firebolt.
10.
Wow.
You
Nice.
drop them.
Nice.
So you see the one casting in the back. It didn't seem like a very major conjuration or anything like that, but you're still attuned to taking out casters first, it seems. With it.
And then Brim just states very loudly, CV, that's how you do it. One for me.
Yeah.
I imagine that the sound is like when you're in a carnival shooting the ducks. Like it sounds like a BB hitting a 10, dink, and it just goes down.
Yeah. That kobold slumps over backwards, charred scales, cooking in the dirt, basically. But after Brim and V goes, let's see, Banner.
The shifter doesn't go?
Oh, yeah, good point.
Because I know that was the lowest of the 4 of us. So
Yeah, no, the shifter should have gone. I wrote down their hit points, but not their spot in the order. So they'll go now. Good call. So helpful of you.
Sorry.
I'll take Cole's spot in the initiative.
Thanks.
As a bonus action, the shifter takes on a more bestial form. So you can see she, similar to how your companion just tiggered out, the skin around her mouth kind of peels back. Her jaw becomes more pronounced. You hear maybe like the slight cracking of bone as her more lycanthropic features are exaggerated. This gives some temporary hit points. That's good to know. And it can also make a bite attack when it activates this trait and as a bonus action on each of its turns while in a bestial form. That's brutal. So she is going to bite at the other shifter. So that is to say V, she's taking a bite at you. That is going to be a hit. Go ahead and she lunges forth with a natural 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And just sinks her jaws into your shoulder and neck region. Go ahead and take 10 points of piercing damage for me.
So much for those temporary hit points I just got.
Except you're in rage and it's halved, I believe.
Yes, it would be. Yeah, you would have resistance.
So that's 5.
Yep.
All right, so I do have some temporary hit points left then.
And then she's going to take her short sword and swing it down at the halfling that had short sworded her for a total of 21 to hit.
Wow.
Go ahead and take 6 points of piercing damage.
All right, now I'm offended.
Her sword
Like,
is worse than her bite.
But that you would not attack me twice and attack the little dude. Oh, that is so insulting.
Yeah.
She will not live to regret that.
She snarls with like your blood just running down her face. She says, "Room in my stomach for both of you."
Nice.
After the shifter does go, Banner.
All right. So V, are you kind of standing over Cole? Is that what you were?
I mean, I'm sure we're moving around and everything, but my goal is to try to constantly keep me between her and Cole if I can.
And how far away are these kobolds? Are they still like 20 feet away from the shifter? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything's within like a move from you, basically.
right. So yeah, I will tromp forward and seeing there's nothing explicitly to protect, I will go after the shifter with my mace.
Sure.
Unfortunately, a 7 is not going to hit.
Not quite. So yeah, you do stride forward, you bring out your mace, but maybe you're just a little too concerned for Cole's well-being.
Yeah.
So by the time you peel your eyes off of her and take your swing, the shifter has leapt back and is still menacing all of you.
There's still music coming from the carnival, but it is now switched to the Benny Hill music instead.
Exactly. Top of the round, we go back to Pazzo,
Okay, I'm aiming for legs.
the halfling way.
Okay, so 15. Is that hit?
Yes, that's a hit.
Okay, so that is 7 damage.
Nice.
And then 17 also hits, and that's 4 damage.
Very nice.
So I'm just like hacking away at calves.
All right. This shifter is bloodied. She is grievously injured. You can see those 2 short sword slashes complement the one that you've already dealt her. And even though she seemed a little invigorated from taking on this bestial form, it looks like her confidence might be flagging a little bit. The 3 living kobolds are going to take their slingshots at the 3 of you. So Bren, nope, that's a 7 total. V, that is a 17 total, so that's going to be a hit.
Correct.
Yeah, go ahead and take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. You can reduce that, of course.
Okay.
And the 3rd is a total of 7 again against Banner, so that would be a miss.
Yep.
Another fusillade of stones. And at this point, the kobolds do withdraw down the alleyway. It's not quite a dead end, so they are going to start to break for the far side of it. They get, about 30 feet away or whatever, running down the alley. So they're about 2 moves distance from the lot of you, or they will be here shortly. But they're...
You cowards.
Yeah, maybe. That's what one of them says. Maybe.
Could be.
After the kobolds goes V.
All right, let's try this again.
You can do it.
Yeah, much better that time. So that is a 21 total for 11 points of damage.
Oh,
So again, I grabbed their head as it was biting my shoulder and try to pull them back and swing my axe into just their stomach area.
this shifter goes limp basically as your axe digs in, and she falls prone at your feet, just bleeding out into the gutter. She is down.
Another bestial roar.
After V goes Bren.
The kobolds have left, right?
They are in the process of leaving. They're probably
3 of them.
Those are the only 3 left. The 4th one was the caster that he took out. Yeah, so they are bolting. You could see now, they were let's say jogging backwards, but now that you can see that their leader has fallen, you can see that they are turn into a full sprint, perhaps. But they are only about 50 or 60 feet away from you at this point.
Okay. Brim's going to let him go. He just kind of waves, and he's going to walk over to the kobold that was the spellcaster and start patting him down.
Perfect.
Nice.
All right. After Bren goes Banner. Banner, are you going to take any action on the retreating? Or you can see that Bren apparently thinks that combat is over. He's gone and started shuffling through pockets. So Banner, what do you want to do?
I'm sorry, you said Banner. I was thinking it was somebody else. Banner reaches down to pick up Cole and sort of offer a hand to allow Cole to stand up and kind of ask, should we chase them?
She just kind of shakes her head. She says, rats. Dragon rats. There's more where they came from, I'm sure.
Of course. Do you know this creature?
And she shakes her head again and she says, no, but they look like a thug to me. Boromar, Dask, any number of gangs operate here in the city. Maybe somebody overheard our conversation. Maybe somebody knows that I'm suspicious. She's a little taken aback and still kind of getting to her feet and dusting off at this point. I was gonna say the shifter continues to bleed out. She is still I'll say that she's a couple of rounds away from dying entirely.
Brim
Say?
states, Banner, you might want to keep that one alive so we can ask it questions.
For the record, I'm still raging, so when it's my turn, I am chasing the kobolds. So I'm not in talking mode yet.
Perfect. Okay.
So feel free to talk, but when it comes back around to me, I'm chasing.
All right, perfect then.
And do by chance, because the Boromar was mentioned, the clan, do I recognize the shifter by chance?
You do not.
Okay.
So V, I'm going to say your rampage might continue just slightly off screen.
That's fine.
I mean, you could probably catch up to them. I don't want to break off into another chase necessarily, but
mechanically, if I don't catch them this turn, I will then come out of the rage because I will have failed to attack someone, but I'm going to at least run after them initially.
Okay, perfect. So maybe none of you are surprised when the shifter takes off after her quarry. But for those of you that are still milling about here in the alleyway, what other actions do we want to take outside of combat?
Well, so Banner, seeing that Cole is doing okay, can go over to the shifter and probably. I mean, I can cast Cure Wounds, but I could stabilize this shifter and see if we can
Can you do a medicine
find
check?
it and get some answers from it.
Yeah. So Banner, go ahead and give me if you want to non-magically stabilize her. If you don't have Spare the Dying, you just have to make a DC 10 medicine check, wisdom medicine.
Yeah, that'd be 19 plus 5. Plus 5? Yes.
Easily. So you stabilize the shifter. Pazzo, since you wanted to take a look and see if you recognize this as a member of the Boromar organization, go ahead and just give me an investigation check.
18.
Okay. So the criminal is stabilized. Left to her own devices, we'll say that she'll come back to consciousness, so you don't have to spend any magical healing or whatever. Looking her over, Pazzo, you would specifically think it's less likely that she's a member of the Boromar clan, and more likely, just from her garb and the quality of her equipment and just the general more like monstrous nature of her heritage or whatever. You think she might be on the Dask's payroll. So there's like kind of two major criminal organizations that operate in the city of Sharn, and a ton of medium and minor ones. But of the major ones, you have the Boromar clan and the Dask. The Dask, I guess the Boromar employ a lot of like orcish and individuals of that kind as well. But let's just say you know the differences, and you think that she's a Dask operator. You come stalking back at this point. You did manage to get a hold of one of them. It seemed like one of them maybe got tripped up by his companions, so that the others could get away. So you did cut down another one of them just around the corner. But by the time you looked up from that, the others had really beat feet.
As I'm walking past, I'm just going to drop mine on top of the one that Brim's searching and go, 2 for me. Keep walking.
So Cole is shaken, but she's now reassured that you are firmly on her side. She says there's let's see here. There's one thing I didn't mention earlier, because the more details I give and the higher up this goes, the more I feel I'm in danger. But since you all just rescued me, I feel I can trust you. Razor told me that the offer of employment came from Alden Diorian. So Alden of the House Orion.
Yeah.
I would suggest, if you have the means of getting an audience with him, he may have more information. I don't know the exact level of his involvement, but Razor said that the offer of employment came from his house specifically, his manor.
And do we know where that is? Is that an obvious landmark in the city?
She would, let's see here. So Brim, is your dragon mark like an aberrant dragon mark, or are you?
It is.
Okay. You would know, I think, just in general, all of you would know that many of the House Orion members live in the House's enclave in Terminus, which is where the Lightning Rail is like headquartered. All of you could make either a history check now, or you can make like a persuasion check later to ask around about it. But just like your knowledge of the city and things like that, I would say we can tie into history for the time being.
I'll do history.
Sure.
12.
If necessary, I'll
Well-
say mine was persuasion later.
Okay.
I'll roll history. 15.
Perfect. A 12 banner, you're not exactly sure. I mean, like I said, you have that general knowledge that a lot of House Orion lives in Terminus. With a 15 Brim, you know, maybe just because you're a little bit more of a high society type, that Alden Diorian and his wife are like famously separated. Like it was a scandal that rocked through Sharn. And so you know that he lives alone essentially at the Unicorn Estate in the Mithril Tower district of the Upper Central Plateau. So he's not near the rest of his family's enclave. He's kind of got a house of his own. But yes. Yeah, so you would know that. You've stabilized the shifter. Was there any interest in stabilizing the kobold as well? Okay.
Not for me.
So you
Sorry,
scrape the
kobolds.
kobold. So basically at this point, the shifter comes to, and she has a dead kobold laying on top of her, which she just like kind of shrugs off angrily. She's still effectively at like 0 hit points. So she just kind of like groggily like rolls over, shaking the kobold off of her and like leers up at the lot of you, just kind of panting.
Brim looks at her. I'm going to ask a few questions. I prefer honesty. Otherwise, I have to let V have some fun. So, first question, who hired you?
She like spits a little bit of blood onto the ground in the alleyway, and she says, "If I tell you, you gonna let me live?"
If you cooperate, that is a definite possibility. But guarantee if you don't cooperate, I will step back and let V have fun.
She looks over at V. V, do you have a
I just smile.
even creepier? She says, orders came down from a lieutenant in my organization named Gara. Said, find this Cole, Warforged, black, missing an arm, probably hanging out in Lower Tavix, and put an end to her.
And your organization is?
She like groans and like weakly like throws up like some gang hand signs. She just like makes a D. Like, you take it to mean she's indicating the desk.
Well, and I assume Pazzo would know that.
Yeah, I know. Like Pazzo picked out that detail. I wasn't sure if he shared it with the group, but I mean, yeah, he recognized. I mean, it's pretty obvious. But she just kind of like groans and props herself back up on her shoulders, and she says, "That's about all I know."
You don't know why they wanted this one dead?
Tend not to ask questions like that. You know how I mean, right? And she like looks up at V and just kind of half smiles back at you.
This one always has a reason when she kills.
Not really living the shifter lifestyle then, friend. You should learn to let yourself go every once in a while.
Brim actually walks past V. I think we know what we need to. Feel free to let yourself go if you would like. And then he just keeps walking.
V will sort of take a couple steps forward, and then the axe gripped in hand, I will switch it to my offhand and then reach out a hand to help her up.
Perfect.
Yeah, Banner was about to grab your axe, so that's probably a good thing.
We have the nicest barbarian ever.
Well, he's deflated, so.
That's right.
Well, as you lift her up, let's just say we'll do like, as her body rises up in frame, we do like a wipe or whatever. You guys are able to. Cole doesn't feel very safe in her usual lodgings, knowing that the DAS members kind of had a peg for where she lives. So if you're willing to allow her to kind of share your pad basically in the middle central plateau or whatever, the Galanda Inn that you guys were invited to stay in.
I thought it was Gonzaga Hall.
No, it's Galanda. I don't know, college sports.
Yeah, I was just having some fun.
No.
All I know about them is basketball and Washington.
Right. So you can retire to the Galanda Hall in Mildura, and you all can definitely take a long rest. You can set watches and things like that. But usually House Galanda, especially since you're in the Mildura, you feel relatively secure. So you're all able to rest up. Cole really doesn't have much else to offer in the way of intelligence aside from, saying that you should secure a meeting with Alden Diorian. And you just think, given the hour, it's too late to try and do that tonight. So you wake refreshed in the morning, and you can start your ascent.
And after the long rest, since we've rested together, Banner will. So for a Warforged, this is kind of cool. Unlike an elf who has the trance, the Warforged has a semi-shutdown state where they need to rest. It says, I must take a long rest. I spend 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state rather than sleeping. Although I appear inert, I am not unconscious, and I can see and hear as normal, which I think is kind of cool. But when I get up from that, I look over the team, and I look to V, and I say, "Please hand me your axe."
I will look at you for a moment with some distrust, but will then begrudgingly hand it over.
So I hand me your axe, and
I say, "You have my axe."
As we come, finish our rest and prepare for the day, I say it doesn't quite say what this is, but I'll just call it a blessing. I say a blessing over the axe, and for the day, it is a +1 axe.
Nice.
So it's called the Blessing of the Forge.
Is that for attacks and damage?
Yep.
Sweet.
Basically, it becomes a +1 axe.
Fantastic.
Wow. Yeah. I can't believe Forge clerics get that at first level.
That's what it says.
Yeah. No, I was just like, what? Let me look at that. Forge clerics are so OP. Forge and Grave were like the two biggest leaps forward in cleric power. Pause to catch you up. Basically, they interrogated the shifter. Her name is Hound. Let's say she did give it to V basically as a sign of respect. And she indicated that she works for the Dask, and she was told to find a Black Warforged missing an arm named Cole in Lower Tavix Landing and kill her. She threw up the Dask hand sign, and she named her employer as Gara, which I'll just give you as part of your earlier knowledge check. The name Gara does ring a bell as a lieutenant of the Dask. That she operates some of the clan's doings basically in the cogs in the lower wards of Sharn. So I don't know if you share that information with your allies or not, but you have a vague idea of who Gara is, and you would know she's a half ogre, so she's big.
So Gara's a half ogre. She's one of the lieutenants of Dask. So half ogre though. That's. I don't know how we're gonna deal with that one.
I do.
Probably like 4 Pazos tall. But that being said, you all are able to complete a long rest. You apply the blessings of the forge to your companion's axe in the morning. And Brem, you're maybe more familiar with the workings of the upper levels of the city. So you're able to lead the group to Mithril Tower. It's one of Sharn's most desirable downtown residential districts in the upper central plateau. And it is occupied by some of the city's wealthiest citizens. You guys see like an increased amount of like Sharn Watch operating here. And they do look at you suspiciously. The first group that passes by you, and then the second group that passes by you probably would stop you all to kind of ask what your business is, since a lot of you aren't high class looking types. But you're able to kind of assuage their concerns. Many of the grand homes in Mithril Tower are true to the district's name, boasting mithril filigree. The Sharn Watch seems to be everywhere in this neighborhood, full of busy scions climbing into sky coaches, hosting opulent parties, and showing off their latest purchases at all hours of the day. The Unicorn Estate has a grand unicorn statue and unicorn-shaped topiaries adorning the yard below or beyond an open wrought iron gate. Flanking this gate are 2 guards in House Orion livery. Each wears a beautiful helm shaped like the head of a unicorn. The magnificent marble home is clearly owned by one of the city's wealthiest dragon-marked families. So you are kind of standing there at the gate. The guards see you all approaching, and you can see they tense up a little as they realize you're headed for their manor. One of them calls out to state your business.
I am Brim Deshad, and I would like an audience with Alden the Orion.
To what end? Do you have an appointment?
This is a matter that is of utmost urgency, and I will discuss it with him and him only. Please let him know that I am here.
Make a persuasion check.
$19.
Nice.
Wow. All right. The one nods to the other, who dips inside. The gates are standing open, but you get the sense that if you had just tried to walk right by them, they would have challenged you. So the one
died.
the one runs off in front of you to act as a messenger or a herald, perhaps. And the other just kind of stands guard still, just eyeing a lot of you suspiciously. Looks to V and says, "Any chance you can put that axe away, friend?"
No. And then we'll start digging with my talon in my teeth.
Brim just looks at him. She is my bodyguard. She will stay with me at all times.
Plus, I don't have any pockets.
The guard just kind of like looks at your general garb, and then like realizes and starts like blushing a little bit, like
Don't worry, she will behave.
After a moment, the other guard returns to the front gate area and kind of gestures, beckoning you in. As the lot of you cross this threshold, is anybody? Well, it doesn't really matter. As you cross the threshold, you're all perhaps startled temporarily, briefly for a moment, as an illusion of a unicorn appears over each of your heads and brays loudly as if to announce your presence.
Nice.
I will swat at mine.
It's like, and like it just like you like remix it a little bit, like just by swiping through it. But this guard leads you into one of the near chambers off the foyer of this magnificent marble home. Seated, and he takes his leave of you. Seated on a patio couch are two figures engaged in quiet conversation. I guess this is a patio couch. So let's say it's a slight outdoor like veranda, essentially near the front of the house. Seated on the patio couch are two figures engaged in quiet conversation. A haggard man in his late 30s and an attentive Kalishtar who holds a rose-colored crystal in his hands. Two more guards dressed like the ones at the gates stand nearby. You can see that they were having a hushed conversation that immediately gets kind of cut off as you all approach. Alden Diorian is dressed in very fine courtier's garb, the purple and green colors of his house, and like gold jewelry, a unicorn shaped necklace, and things of that nature. The Kalishtar, that is a heritage from the Lazar Principalities, I believe. So this person has like almost like a smooth marble quality to their skin. This is the race that the Inspired are also part of. So they have a bit of an exotic look to them, let's say, because some of you might not be familiar with. Alden looks up at you all, and he asks, yes, quickly, of course, what is your business? You said it was an urgent matter. You seem to impress upon my guards.
Brim bows his head slightly. I do apologize for the inconvenience and us bursting in, but it is a matter of importance. And he looks over at the person next to him. Is this somebody you trust? Can we speak freely, or shall we go somewhere else?
Vishtai is my confidant. He takes notes for me in this shard and tends to my matters. He's also quite a capable bodyguard. He may remain, of course. The other guards here, and he kind of gestures to the other two standing by, are known for their discretion.
I'm afraid to inform you that the desk may be trying to move in on your newest enterprise.
You can see at the immediate mention of the Dask, he just he almost like throws himself back on the patio couch and just like rubs his hands over his face and like through his hair, just like in an absolute show of frustration. And Brim, since you're speaking with him, all of you probably have passive insight enough. If your passive insight is higher than 10, you could see that, like, as I started to describe, he's dressed very finely, but you could see a little bit of sweat on his brow. His hair was a little unkempt even before he just, wrung his hands through it. He seems like he is extremely stressed out, and the mention of this has done nothing to assuage that, only to exacerbate it. He then kind of in that moment springs back up, his hair still all just kind of disheveled, and fixes you with a bit of a glare, and he says, yes, they've presented an issue as of late for my operations. What do you know of it? What is your concern?
A worker that you hired, he has come up missing, and his friend brought it to our attention that he was working with you, and we were just recently attacked by the Dask.
It may be my payroll, but I had no hand in the acquiring of any individuals or anything that they may have done or may have been done to them. And he like looks over his shoulder at the two guards, who take like even a further step back. And he like looks back to the lot of you, and he says, I am in a bit of what difference is it to you? Is this someone you're looking for? I don't know where you can find them. Is this a friend of yours?
Quick question. You said this is a house of the dragon marks, right?
Yeah, House Orion, the dragon mark of traveling or travel, whatever it is.
Okay. Bream looks at him and pauses for a moment, then lifts up his shirt. And on the front of his shirt, his dragon mark looks like literally claws have raked down his chest and almost burned into his chest.
Cool.
And he shows it to him and he says, my life has changed. My house no longer is accepting me. Perhaps I need a new one. If I could assist you in any way, perhaps we could come to an understanding that's beneficial for both of us. Then he lowers his shirt.
Off to the side, V hawks up a huge loogie and just spits it off the side and watches it fall.
It falls into the well-kept gardens below. You can see Alden is maybe too concerned with the matter at hand, but you could see his confidant Vishtai is like glaring at you with like colorless eyes, basically. Alden looks around at the lot of you at this moment, and he says, "You trust your companions to keep a secret?"
We've
One of
made
them,
it this far.
one of them will forget soon. One of them has honor, and the other one has faith. Therefore, yes, I do.
A month ago, I tucked in my son, Caden, into bed one night, and he was gone the following morning with a message in his place. It was signed by a Gara. She met with me in the following days, explaining that she needed expendable labor and the easy transit of said labor and goods. And as long as I complied, Caden would be returned unharmed when the business was done. She made no small assurance that if I backed out of the deal, she would visit horrors upon him that would make even the mockery sick. I've long wanted to rescue my son from her clutches, but I fear taking action against the desk. I fear bringing this to the attention of the remainder of my house, or to the 12, or to the King's Watch.
So you said the everybody kind of knows that he had a bad breakup.
Brem knew, because I think he's a little more interested in high society dealings than you.
Okay.
Brem, is that something you would have shared with the group?
Probably not, because that's knowledge I could use for myself.
Right.
Yeah. You'll have to read the it's buried in the back of the Kornberg Chronicle, basically. It's in the deep gossip pages.
So there's now we're talking about an abduction, and it sounds like Alden is being used as the abduction is being used to have Alden provide transit and labor to and Alden claims not to know what's happening other than he's providing the labor. Maybe a question is to Alden would be, have they given you terms as to when this would end?
He shakes his head. He says, I believe they're digging around in Old Sharn or the Cogs or in the lowest of the low districts. I don't know what it is that they're searching for, but the nature of the arrangement we've made with them, it seems like they just need cheap labor to move rock, and he just kind of shakes his head a little dejectedly at this point.
This Gara is the one who attempted to kill one of our new friends, or I should say hired somebody to kill one of our friends. Luckily, we were able to intercept that attack. That is probably where we should start first, for it sounds like you need an outside group to take action that cannot be traced back to you.
Alden kind of begins sobbing at this point. Obviously, the depth of this like confession just kind of bearing out on him. So as he kind of turns and collects himself, facing away from a lot of you, his companion, his confidant, his bodyguard, looks at the lot of you, and it remains silent aside from the sounds of Alden's light sobbing at the moment. But all of you hear in your mind the voice of another. I have no doubt that Caden will die regardless of Alden's actions. Please save Caden and return him to his father. House Orion would owe you a great debt, and certainly you see how broken this man is. 5 buildings north of this estate, there is an enclosed lift. Look for the Medusa inside, and make sure you're alone, as this lift will take you down to the dig site, and hopefully, Caden.
Excellent. And then out loud, Banner will ask, officially asking Alden, but looking to Vishtar, have you been able to investigate and discover anything additional?
Alden shakes his head. He kind of gets to his feet and kind of looks over the lot of you. And he says, no, I don't know the particulars of the arrangement. I've been trying to keep myself as clear of this as possible in case it does come to the attention of the 12. I don't want it to be known that I'm associating with such unsavory individuals, even against my will as it is, for it might be taken as weakness in my house. If you can return Caden to me safely, I would be in your debt. And if you can do so, leaving my house's name out of this affair, I would be even further into debt with you. Perhaps Vishtai can handle these arrangements. And he kind of like looks to his companion to nod. And you can see he stands up and he's going to make to leave, unless anybody tries to snipe at him with last minute questions and things.
No, we have a friend who has been taken by this organization, and we believe we need to find them.
As he starts to leave, Brim stands up. We have a new acquaintance who is hiding. Could you perhaps offer him a better hiding place than the hotel we are using?
Vishtai may be able to make arrangements. Is this related, of course, to our current issue? And he's like,
it is.
Smearing his makeup basically as he he says, then Vishtai will be of any further assistance to you. And he turns to leave. The guards kind of opening the doors to the manor as he stalks off inside. Vishtai kind of turns back to the lot of you again. And he says, certainly one of the house's sky coaches could be dispatched to collect an individual. We can offer some shelter here and until you return, if you believe that's necessary.
It would take something off of our plate that we don't have to worry about.
Very well. So you're going to give the name of the Kalanda Hall?
Yep.
Perfect.
And tell them where Cole's at and say, perhaps you could offer her a job and perhaps maybe some small repairs. She would prove herself worthy and a hard worker.
Vishtai nods. We'll see if she is capable. We'll see that she's kept safe for the time being.
V begins to snore. I have fallen asleep in the corner.
One of the patio chairs, just lounging in a sunspot, basically.
Yep.
Perfect.
V, it is time to leave.
We get what we came for.
Yes.
Yes.
Vishtai just does offer one parting thought into all of your minds. If you rescue Caden, I'm certain that Alden can exhaust his resources to help you track down the kidnapper. We know a name, of course, but once we have the child secure again, punishment should be meted out, I believe.
I believe V would be more than happy to punish a kidnapper.
There's a kidnapping? I fell asleep a lot earlier than I thought.
So, 5 blocks later, V is back up to speed. Following Vishtai's directions, you find a lift with an enclosed car. Basically, the double doors on the enclosed lift car. Hold on. An out of order sign. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just being silly.
Sorry, I'm just looking at how.
Remember, there was something about looking for a Medusa, so I'm gonna be doing this the whole time because I don't want to see one of those.
And an out of order sign hangs above a nearby button, which opens the lift's doors. So you can see that it is an enclosed lift. The out of order sign looks kind of haphazardly drawn. It doesn't look like official city business necessarily. Like, let's say one of the R's is backwards or something, which probably strikes you as odd. And the ink is smearing a little bit. But yeah, there are a set of double doors for an enclosed lift car that stand before you with this out of order sign.
Brem's going to wait till at least Banner's on there to make sure it'll support the weight.
Okay, so pressing the button to open the lift car reveals the inside of a 15-foot cube made of stone with etchings of unicorn patterns covering its walls. A magic orb in the ceiling illuminates the lift. 2 young adults, a shifter and a well-dressed human, talk nose to nose, cradling each other's faces in the corner of the elevator, absorbed fully in each other and taking no notice of you.
Which one of them is the Medusa?
Taking a look at them, what it looks like is a female shifter and a female Brelish noblewoman. So at this point, the doors open. They don't take an immediate notice of you, but as the doors open and then don't immediately close, they kind of break from each other for just a moment. The shifter kind of looks over her shoulder and snarls at you. The lift is broken. Piss off.
Brem points at Banner. He's here to fix it. Piss off.
So yeah, Banner pulls out their tool bag and goes to starts investigating the lift as if it knows exactly what to do.
Perfect. The shifter turns from her companion, and the Brelish woman says, "You don't look like authorized agents of the city. This is a motley crew. Just because you can acquire tools doesn't mean that you have a permit for this work.
And just because you can snog in the elevator doesn't mean that it's yours."
Brem pulls out his writ. We are authorized. And he holds it out for him.
The Relish woman just shakes her head and says, "How rude. Come on, Luna.
I agree.
We're clearly we're losing our preferred spot, but there's other corners of this city," says the shifter. as they both kind of stalk angrily out of the lift. Taking a look around with your tools in your panel, or looking at the panel and everything, or looking at the operations of the lift, I guess. Let's see here.
Is it actually out of order?
You notice the head of a Medusa engraved amid all of the unicorn heads seems to hide the seam of a panel. With your toolkit, Banner, you're able to kind of pry that panel loose. And you can see that there are several wires connecting the lift car to a small Eberron dragon shard. The dragon shards are essentially like arcane batteries that power a lot of the magical technology of this world. Each wire is connected to an individual pin-sized hole in the dragon shard. Are you proficient in Arcana?
I don't think so. No.
I am.
So, Brem, looking over his shoulder, of course, you know that the dragon shard and wires control the movement of the lift. This is a pretty elementary principle of these eldritch machines, essentially. Go ahead, Banner, and give me do you have proficiency in, is this Smith's tools or Tinker's
This is
tools?
Smith's tools, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Go ahead and just give me a proficiency Smith's tools to get your tongs out and poke around in there.
So what do I?
This will be intelligence based. So add your proficiency bonus and your
Okay.
intelligence.
So it's just an 11.
Okay. You stir around the inner workings of this panel. Smith's tools may not be the most
Preferred tools.
Yeah, the accurate things for this. But it takes you just a few moments, and you do find a loose wire among those attached to the dragon shard, and a hole in the dragon shard with no wire attached. So you can see there is just like a loose dangling bit of wire here in the panel, and you think that might be the logical place for it to be reattached.
Right. So I go out and do that.
Perfect. The lift lurches pretty suddenly, and the doors spring close. I'm going to say, because of your kind of inelegant jiggery pokery, it drops for a few feet and then catches, basically, throwing you all stumbling about the car for a moment. But after that initial bit of panic, it does resume normal operation. The lift begins to descend, and you note that all of the buttons of the panel flicker briefly, and then they all go dark. So the lift is going somewhere, and you don't seem to be able to stop it or change its course at the moment.
Nice. So these the lifts and all the transportation are fairly standard modes of operation in this world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in the city of Sharn, moving vertically is almost probably more important than moving horizontally between all the various towers and such that make up the city.
Sometimes that helps.
We've switched where we are on my screen, Michael. That didn't screw up the Twitch stream, did it?
Everybody's in the same spot on my screen that they were before, so that should have us in the same spot. I don't know why I switched on yours, but mine looks the same.
As long as it's not messing with the stream.
Yeah. I'm looking. The stream, it looks like all of our names are right. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
The lift seems to descend forever into the belly of Sharn. Several minutes pass as the lift rattles and shakes, as if passing into some place it was not meant to go. This rumbling builds to a violent peak, and then the lift stops, and its doors open. By the lift's interior light, you can see into a vast, unlit cavern strewn with broken stonework from ancient buildings as far as you can see in every direction. The air is stale and filled with the dust and scent of decay. These are the ruins of cities. These are the ruins of the city atop which Sharn is built. Ahead of you yawns a 50-foot diameter, 10-foot deep pit that seems to have been intentionally dug. you hear soft sobbing coming from a wooden shed on the far side of the pit.
I will start making my way towards the sobbing sounds.
Let's investigate. Yes.
Perfect. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception check.
Not a good roll for me.
Ugh. Can I just use my passive? 7.
7.
5.
9.
Okay. It's a wonder you even heard the sobbing. No. So first of all, as you step off the lift, you realize that this cavern that you're in is irregular in shape, and like the extent of what very dim lighting is coming through in places leads you to believe that it goes off in hundreds of feet in either direction. The ceiling, it ranges in height just because it's like rough cavern hewn from 15 to 30 feet. And you also notice kicking through all of this rubble that surrounds this excavation in front of you, it's difficult terrain, which makes moving stealthily a little more difficult, and it also makes moving in general a little bit more difficult. All of you become aware as you kind of, so basically the pit is a 50-foot diameter, 10-foot deep pit that is only like a short distance from the lift. Are you all just going to pick one side? Or are you all going to go along the right side to go around it? Or
Maybe 2 on the left, 2 on the right.
Whichever side holds Banner's weight is the side that Brim goes on.
Perfect. So Brim and Banner along one side and Pazzo and V along the other, perhaps?
Sure.
Okay. Brim, Banner. And those of you who are proficient in history, or at least have some knowledge of Sharn, you would know that this city is literally built atop the ruins of an ancient Dakani Empire city. So there was a city here once crafted by goblin and hobgoblin and bugbear hands for an empire that they spanned, many centuries or whatever. But the humans came afterwards and built atop. So you believe this is old Sharn. As you guys kind of begin picking along either side, you glance down into the pit. Does anybody have a light source? Do you guys have light sources?
I do not, but I do have dark vision.
Okay. So that's good for your side. Pazzo can even just kind of keep a hand on your back or something, perhaps. Brim and Banner, do you guys have a light source?
I'm trying to figure out if Banner has dark vision. Doesn't look like it.
Is there a torch in that Dungeoneer's pack that I have?
I have a torch in my pack.
I have an
probably.
explorer's pack, right? So
Yeah. So looming into the light, sitting quietly, you all see maybe at a glance about a dozen or so Warforged in various states of disrepair, sitting chained together on the pit's floor. I'm just kind of sitting in the midst of it.
Not actively doing anything.
They're sitting silently. They are, some of them are kind of like looking up in your direction. A couple of them are looking down dejectedly, but they do still seem to be active units, let's say. But also at that moment, as you guys have come down here, the sound of the lift descending at an unexpected time, you are all surprised, perhaps, or perhaps not. Definitely literally surprised, but a couple of short bow, you hear the twangs of some bowstrings, and a couple of arrows begin flying out at you all as these goblins who had kind of concealed themselves in the rubble amongst the pit. You can see that they're streaked with dirt, maybe intentionally or maybe just as a byproduct of working down here. But they're all going to take some shots at you, so one at each of you. There are 4 goblins who kind of pull free from their hiding spots and begin unleashing bow. So Brim, That's an 8. That's going to be a miss. Banner. That's a 7. That's going to be a miss. I'm going to switch dice.
No. I think you're good.
Let's go with the classic wooden one here. A 1. So that's a miss. And the fourth and final, one of the bowstrings snaps in twain. And the last one is a 20. So I'm sorry, V, that would be against you again.
Of course.
Okay, go ahead and take, let's see. It'll be 8 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
Only because it was a
Message for you, sir.
So the rest of you hear the kind of clattering of arrows striking the stone either at your feet on the side of the pit or like soaring over your shoulder and clattering off into the cavern. But V, you do take that solid blow, and then we'll go into a standard combat round. So that would mean Pazzo is up first. So Pazzo, these guys have revealed themselves. They were kind of taking up hiding places near the edge of the pit, near the workers. So
down in the pit, or
correct? Yeah, the pit is only about 10 feet down, so you could, conceivably jump down it without much of a problem, probably. But as they kind of pull loose from the rubble where they are, there's essentially 2 on your side and 2 a little bit further off to Brim and Banner's side. It is a 50-foot diameter pit. Yeah, so that makes sense. So you could easily, do you think you could hop down and get to one of them in a move action?
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Yeah, you hop down. 10 feet is a little bit on the high side for a halfling, but you are tall enough that, that's not that big a deal. Even kicking through the rough terrain as it is, you do still manage to get up close to one. He's already dropping his short bow and going for his scimitar.
So I'm drawing the short swords, and striking, hopefully.
Good ones.
Okay. So on the first one, I 15, 20. So that's not natural though, but
that's a hit.
9 damage.
You slash through this goblin, and he clutters to you can see that he was trying to loose his shield from his back and get ready for your assault, but you just cut under his guard at that moment and straight across his torso, and he slumps over onto his back. I would say you still have a bonus action attack. You can move and make your other attack, but because of kind of the difficult terrain and the jumping down and everything, why don't you just go ahead and make an acrobatics check for me, just to see if you can close the distance to the other one.
I cannot. I rolled a 5.
Okay, so you cut that one down, and you spin to kind of use that momentum to go into a tumble towards the other one, and you get about halfway towards him, but he's not in melee range for you, unfortunately. Just like I said, the rough terrain. Yeah, and you could see all of the workers kind of cower a little bit closer together, edging away from the melee nearby them. After Pazzo goes, is it going to be V or Brim who's taking the first slot? This go.
All right, so I'm going to leap in the air, and as I'm leaping down, I will transform into my more bestial form. So I'm basically trying to make it all one straight attack where I leap and land with my axe coming down.
Perfect.
First, I'm going to roll for my bonus temporary hit points because I need them because I'm already half dead. 4, 5, so I have 8 temporary hit points.
You took a long rest. This is the next day.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, but I have 15 regular, and you did 8.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I hit you again. I'm so sorry. This is rubbing salt on that wound.
All right. So I got a 19 total to attack, and I rolled max damage, which for me right now is 17.
All right. Do you want to describe how your death from above is delivered?
I mean, it is as advertised. I just come down, axe comes down at the same time, going to cleave the goblin completely in twain, basically like kind of hit the neck, and we'll go at a diagonal so that I've bisected the goblin. And the axe.
But now we have 5 goblins.
Exactly. We figured out that he can subtract and I can divide.
Nice.
And so we cut it, and like the axe will bury all the way down to like the hilt. It's embedded in the ground. And I will roar.
All right. Brem, the goblins are also at a 12. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say that they just edge you out a little bit. So one of them sees that his companion just got completely cleft. So he's going to turn and take a shot at the shifter. So he's like firing over the heads of kind of the seated workers. And I got 19 to hit on that one.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
You take
I'm
that from
not
your
raging
rage.
currently, so my half
Correct.
damage isn't active.
Perfect. And then the other one is still kind of panicking, feeling a bit surrounded. So he's actually just going to choose a target at random, and he's going to fire at Banner. So Banner, here comes a short bow shot in your direction. Does a 13 hit your armor class?
No.
Plinks right off of your Warforged plating. You can see that they draw back a little bit closer to the workers. I guess they're almost, they're slaves essentially. They're getting slave wages probably. They drop their
They're
short
prisoners
bows.
with jobs.
Yeah, exactly. The prisoners with jobs. They drop their short bows and they do pull their scimitars and shields, thinking that this is going to turn into a close combat situation. After the
Why
goblins,
they would think that.
yeah, goes Brem.
How far are they away from me?
So it's a 50-foot diameter. With the slaves, they're probably a good 30 feet away from you at this point.
How far are they away from each other?
Let's say 10 or 15 feet.
Okay. I can only hit one at a time. All right. I'll firebolt one of them.
Gotcha.
The one on the right.
Okay. You're right or my right?
Yeah.
That's what the goblins say to each other. You're right or am I right?
16 to hit.
Oh, that's a hit. Even through his shield.
Wow. A whole 3 points of damage.
Doesn't like it. So yeah, your firebolt does hit his shield, and his shield does catch fire. You can see he starts quickly shaking it back and forth, trying to shake the flames off. But he
It just makes them get higher because the way wind works, and
right.
It's really
He's
a whole funny bit.
Let's see, intelligence. He should be smarter than that, but he's panicking. But you can see that heat is is cooking him up a little bit. And then after Brem, so that was your action. You still have your movement. You can keep moving towards the far side. You're probably from that shed at the far side where you heard the sobbing coming from. You're probably a good 40 feet or whatever. But it is difficult terrain, so you could keep soldiering in that direction, or you can kind of hang tight with the group here.
I'm going to work my way towards the shed.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you rocks kind of slide out from your feet as you move forward, but you maintain your footing. And then after Brem goes Banner.
Right. So Banner, we've heard this sobbing, but now we've got. Is it only V that's down in the pit, or did
Pazzo
Down
went
in
to
the pit
Paz
as
was
well.
down there too.
Pazzo.
All right. Banner saw that V got hit pretty good. So he's going to jump down in there and run to defend V. So basically run up to V, and is there another one attacking you, or there's one near?
There's still 2 down here active, right?
Yeah.
You guys, Pazzo and V cleared their side, Banner. So actually, the 2
okay.
goblins are between you and them at this moment. If you jump down in the pit, the goblins will be between you and them.
All right. So I will run up to one of those goblins and
Sure. Did you want to go for the injured one, but that just took the firebolt, or the fresh one?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure. Okay. You charge forward to the one on the right.
Yeah, unfortunately, a 7 is not going to hit a goblin.
Not quite. Yeah, he brandishes his shield, and you hear the solid thunk of a good connection, but
Yep.
you also hear the laugh of a goblin. Maybe feeling slightly more confident, even though he just kind of saw his other two friends get butchered.
Yes, but now there's a 6'5" Warforged standing over him.
Yeah. So Pazzo, from where you are, the group of these workers is kind of between you and the goblins that were on the other side. So you can probably move over to the goblin, but you would either have to go through this crowd or just kind of I don't know, a running leap. How do you think you're going to get over there? Because remember, it's kind of crummy, loose stone at your feet, and seated Warforged workers here.
Have V throw you over there.
Fireball special.
I don't know about that. Well, I know I can like run. Well, I mean, it's different. They're all sitting down right now. They're not standing up. So I'll try and take a leap over them.
Sure. Okay.
With my short swords, and I'm going for that one goblin that's closest.
You should
Okay.
run on.
You
You,
get-
should run on their heads and then jump off.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. But
So the Warforged are kind of tied up in the middle, and then there was goblins on each side.
yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
I miss my mental picture did not have that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're able to get enough of a running start, even with kind of loose stone under your feet. So you take a running start and just go ahead and make an acrobatics check. Let's just see if you
Okay.
clear these Warforged neatly.
Oh, I rolled a 1, but
Ooh.
I'm lucky. I'm lucky.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
nice.
So
There you go.
Let's
Are
try
you?
this again. Yep.
Are you really?
Not that lucky though. I rolled 9 on my
Okay.
second attempt. So
It is a little rough. I'm going to say you managed to spring over a few of the workers, and then you do kind of like awkwardly, like foot comes down on one of their shoulders, but you're able to kind of pivot off of that shoulder and head, and just kind of like launch yourself again with a second wave. You're making this attack in midair, but let's just say it's at disadvantage. So just go ahead and give me a roll 2d20 and take the lower.
so yeah, definitely that doesn't hit, but I got 2 attacks. So can I roll that second attack as well
Yeah,
at
sure.
disadvantage? And the second one would be at 15.
That's exactly what you need. Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
So
And are you going the one on your right or the one on
the one
right?
that would be closest, right? So I'm assuming that would actually be the one that hasn't been hit yet.
Sure. Okay.
I'll say that. So that's 3 damage.
Okay. Perfect.
So I just take my leap, jump off the shoulder, take that slash and just miss. And then the second one is like whoof, right in the shoulder, right? So blade comes down, shoulders, a little bit of blood, nothing like, it's not killing them though. It's not a killing blow.
Perfect. So that was your movement and your action. Do you have any bonus action you want to take or anything?
No, I don't think I can.
Okay. V, it's your go. I'll say with the goblin that you attacked, he was like a little bit closer to like the southern end of this like bundled group or whatever. So you can pretty much just circle around and get to the one that that Banner is attacking.
So what I was wanting to do is my character has javelins on my sheet, but the way I've described my character, I have nowhere to have kept them. So can I say that the goblin I killed had one and I just want to grab it off his body and throw it instead?
Sure.
All right.
Works for me.
I'm just going to dislodge it, turn and fire because my axe is in my head still embedded in the ground at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, they has like a rod that he would use to like prod them probably along.
Natural 20.
Nice. Brutal.
And so that is 5 rolled again. No, it probably doesn't. I just rolled a 1 the second time. So 6 plus 3. So 9 points of damage with that javelin.
So Banner, the one that turned aside your mace blow, you could see like he lowers and peers over his shield, getting ready to launch a counterattack against you, and he just gets skewered basically right through by a spear, hucked over the heads of the Warforged. And one of them even like cheers up at like that moment, like looks up, sees what happens, and it's just like, yeah, like it looks at UV and
Yeah, I'm trying to wiggle my axe for him over there.
All right, the last remaining goblin, seeing that all of his companions have fallen, but just he's gonna make a last stand. He rushes forward and he is going to take a swipe at Banner. Or actually, I guess this would be the one Pazzo that you're by. Yeah, so he's going to turn on you. 22 hits your armor class.
Definitely.
Go ahead and take 7 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Okay.
You can see he just glares at you, and he just digs his heels in. He's ready to die for this cause, apparently. After that goblin goes Bren.
I'm moving over towards the shed.
Okay, perfect. What's the range on Firebolt's like 120 feet or something, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So you can use your movement and get there. I would say if you want to burn your action, you can either firebolt this last standing goblin, or you could move over to the door of the shed.
We'll firebolt.
Sure. Go ahead and give me that.
Not with a 1.
You're like you start to firebolt, and then you're like, oh, maybe I should get to the door, and you just the firebolt just fizzles out. Perfect. So then after Bren goes Banner.
Yep. So am I near this one that's attacking?
Yeah, you can get there with a move, even with the difficult terrain.
All right. So I will I'd say something to the effect of brothers, I will get to you in a moment. Oh, come on, cocked. There we go. Dirty 20 for 4 damage.
That's exactly what he had left. So he goes down like a sack of goblin potatoes.
Excellent. Very dirty, disgusting potatoes.
Yes.
Good thing I don't eat anything.
Perfect. After the immediate adrenaline and kind of den of a brief combat, the cavern falls to silence once again. Aside from the sobbing coming from the shed nearby, the Warforged, seeing their overseers kind of struck down, do start to kind of rise up to their feet. They're still looking around uncertainly, not sure what is about to happen here.
So if possible, I call it as one of you Razor.
You can see that I'm Razor, and then another one steps forward and says, "I'm Razor." No, one of them steps forward and says, and she like tentatively raises a hand. You could see the nicks and scars of the last war, obviously like a combat unit.
Your friend Cole was worried for you, and Banner, if possible, if this works, will get out their tools and start breaking the chains.
Okay, perfect. Bren, you're probably the first one to reach the shed. Are you going to wait for your group to back you up, or are you going to begin your investigation?
We'll open the door.
Okay. The wooden shed contains a small child covered in dust, wearing the once fine, now ruined livery of House Orion. The boy sobs, shrunken into one corner, his face slack. Stale bread, smelly water, a pile of rags, and a chamber pot round out the accommodations. You could see like he looks up at you, just kind of vaguely, as if he's even just kind of like staring through you. He seems to be nearly catatonic, perhaps from this ordeal, but you don't seem to be what he was expecting. Although you don't, you also have a strange look to you, so you're probably not like.
Caden, I'm here to take you home.
He just continues to sit and stare into the middle distance. he doesn't respond to you at this moment. But you can certainly move over to him and inspect his means of.
Is he's just in there? He's not tied up or anything?
No, he does appear to have some manacles. He is. Yes, he is manacled.
I'll try to take those off of him.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on just 1 second. Let's jump back to the. Banner, was your plan? You're just going to try and disassemble these chains? You said you were taking out your tools.
Yeah, I've taken my tools, try to, if any of them are willing to talk, I will free Razor and the others, and maybe ask. We've heard about this ogre. Where is Gara here as well?
You can see that they all. One of them flinches, and one of them begins kind of like looking around, kind of panickedly. But Razor says, no, we haven't seen her maybe for a day or two. She does come down sometimes to speak with the boy, and she kind of gestures off towards the shed in the distance. Pazzo and V looking around at the bottom of this pit, just kind of securing things, maybe rifling through goblin pockets and things. You would find, some small smattering of coins. One of them seems to have been wearing a cheap necklace that looks like a banded agate tied to a loop of rope. You would notice that in addition to these 11 Warforged prisoners, there is a Warforged corpse lying at the bottom of this pit with its head struck from its shoulders, just kind of stuffed off to the side near one of the goblin corpses that you guys are picking through. So that's depressing, but true. So Razor says that they haven't seen Gara. You're able to kind of make some short work of the manacles. I mean, it still takes a little bit of time. I would actually also say that one of the goblins is carrying a key. It doesn't say that here, but it would only make sense.
Maybe they after I break a few of the manacles, the Warforged mentioned that there's a key somewhere.
Yeah. Jumping back to the shed real quick with Bren, or Pazzo or V. I mean, you guys, like I said, I just assumed you guys secured the area and you found those details. Is there any other particular action you guys want to take at the moment, or?
And at some point, I'll want to do a cure wounds for V.
Okay.
So I would stick around for that, and then I would have made my way towards the shed. That was the kind of where I was going before. I would not have searched goblin pockets for stuff. I don't know.
Would
Pazzo maybe.
have done that?
Probably not, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you guys notice that Warforged body as you got, or you notice that Warforged body then as you're kind of headed off towards the shed. And Pazzo, are you helping break chains, or are you?
Yeah, I'm actually going to help Banner break chains.
Cool. Jumping back to the shed for just a moment. Caden's manacles, they look sturdy but old as you kind of give them a glance. You don't see any obvious key hanging on like a hook outside the shed or anything like that. Go ahead and, Brem, since you're taking a look at his, give me an investigation check.
15.
Looking a little bit closer at the manacles, you notice that the lock mechanism, you turn it over in the light of your torch that you kind of carried in here. It has a bit of a sheen to it, as if it's coated with some sort of slime or ichor or something like that. But since you were so specific about putting on gloves earlier, I'm going to say, for the benefit of the doubt, you were going into a dirty area. You touch it with a gloved hand by the time you make this investigation, and then you probably want to smear that off.
Okay.
Do you have any means to open manacles, or is this something you have to wait?
Nope.
Interesting.
I do. And it's currently a +1 weapon.
You just shink.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just say make a strength check with advantage then, just to represent the
You're talking to me or V?
V.
I would say, I hope it's V, because that's not going to be my strength.
17 + 3, 20.
Perfect. Yeah, you shatter the manacles.
And V, when we get around to it, that's 10 points of healing.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, perfect. So you all, we can reconvene here in just a moment, get the party back together. You do get your healing. The Warforged, as you guys are freeing them in the main chamber, I'm just going to say, given enough time, nothing else seems to happen. You can, easily start breaking some chains, and, the Warforged themselves are helping out with that. They are grateful for the rescue. Razor in particular throws her arms around you, Banner, and says, this is, thank you for risking yourself for all of us, of course. They seem particularly interested in getting out of here. So they are going to attempt to make their way, scattering off into the other parts of the cogs. So some of them kind of take off on foot, headed for other areas. A couple of them start milling around near the lift that takes you all out of here. Jumping back to the boy, Caden, once he is unmanacled, even unmanacled, he is still distant. Is any one of you trained in medicine?
I am, if we get back there.
Yeah, I'm assuming at some point. You would make your way back there. You could see that he needs proper food and water, rest, and his father. You could see, you think that some sort of healing magic might be helpful in this situation, but also you imagine time would be time and distance from this place would probably be the best to rouse him from this.
So before, I know there's a bunch of moving pieces here, but can we get a sense from the Warforged of what they were doing or looking for down here? Or do they know?
Speaking to the ones, a lot of them do kind of want to flee this scene, but in general, they do tell you that they're all appreciative of the rescue. They kind of thank each one of you as they're breaking camp here and heading out. They were digging. Let's take a quick look here. They've been digging all throughout, basically, areas here in Old Sharn. This was just one of their initial excavations that became a sort of base camp. But they would be led off essentially day after day to several varying sites just to kind of pick away at the rock and dirt, looking for anything of interest. They do say that they had unearthed some things that seem to be of interest to their employers. One of them reports having found here, let's take a quick look. It's essentially it's similar to the classic story Holes, if you will. They were all just kind of digging around in the dirt looking for anything of interest. One of them does say that during one of the excavations, one of their number did find a gem lightly glowing with magic. They've unearthed some loose coinage, just minted back in the days of the old city and things of that nature. They found just kind of pockets of treasure chests and old sacks and things like that. A couple of just minor archaeological finds, even dating back to the Dakani Empire, so shattered ceramic and arrow tips and spear tips and things like that. One of them says that at one point they found a sort of library with some books that, despite the advanced age, were still holding together. They were able to recover some books and scrolls and things of that nature. So it seems like just if it was something particular that they were looking for, they weren't informed of it, but it seems like they're just kind of fodder for archaeology as far as they're concerned. With the ruins of the old Sharn, there's bound to be some treasures. That seems to be the hope of whoever put this together.
And where would the items stored or held, or were they taken away?
They would say that Gara comes fairly frequently to check up on the boy and to take away anything of particular interest. They always just turn it over to the foreman over the dig site that day, and they see Gara come and fill up a chest and drag it out.
When is she due to be here next?
They didn't know.
Yeah, they do just seem to shrug. I mean, they say she comes every couple of days, but they haven't seen her in a couple of days. So could be tomorrow, could be days from now.
Okay.
One of them like kicks one of the goblin corpses and says, maybe never.
Unlikely.
Yeah. If they found what they were looking for, they may have just left these people down here and left. But the boy, they wouldn't have left the boy. They would have done something with him. Do we want to send the boy with Razor and keep exploring, or do we just want to go back to?
Well, that's what I was
Let's go
wondering.
back.
If we go up to Alden together with the boy, or if we stay down here and explore.
I say we go back. Maybe he knows where
Or
Gara is.
Oh, he did say something to that effect, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say Caden also at this point, Brem, for lack of a better option, has kind of like started clinging to you. Just like, the hem of your garment, at least, especially as the rest of your even stranger companions are milling about.
And I like to assume there's like snot coming out of his nose and he's wiping it on your
even stranger
pants.
and dirtier companions. Except for, of course, for Banner.
Well, perfect. Brem, you were concerned with looting pockets in the first encounter. Did you pick through these goblins' effects, or are you just done with this place?
Well, I've got a kid attached to me, so
Here, kid, hold this. Shake the blood off that.
Brem would have probably asked the rest of the companions to go check to see if we could figure out who the foreman is and see if he had any information on him.
Okay. Yeah, you don't find anything in the way of like missives or maps. You find the equivalent of about 15 gold and 14 silver and that cheap necklace that one of them was wearing. But it didn't seem like they had any marching orders or anything, at least not at the moment.
So just to broach the subject, we do have a quote unquote deceased warforged. Do we want to take an arm for Cole?
Is that something that Banner would know how to reattach arms, or are they unique to the warforged given the magical nature of their construction?
I think given the magical nature of their construction, they are a little more universal. They were all manufactured by House Cannith just for the different nations during the war. So yeah, I mean, it may be a European socket kind of issue, like
It's metric.
Right. Yeah, all the Brelish ones were made with imperial units, and all of the Siren ones were made with metric units. So looking at the deceased warforged, I mean, you think it's of it's a Brelish make, but it could be an easy adaptation for a Siren model.
That's what I just recommend a Razor to take it with him, and they can do what they need to do. Yeah,
Sure. So Razor can take a Banner knows how to dismantle it properly without damaging it further,
Respectfully.
and then would be able to send that off with Razor. And except Razor doesn't know where Cole is currently residing.
just tell Razor to come with us.
Yeah, there we go.
Perfect. So you squeeze into the lift with Caden and Razor in tow, and at this point, since it has reached the nadir of its journey, one of the buttons has lit up to return you all to this to the level from whence you came, you believe. Actually, a couple of them have lit up at this point, showing that there's a couple of means of exit from here after it completes its one-way trip. So you're able to take this back up to all the way back up to the Mithril Tower, I believe was the
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. You approach the guards at the gate. This whole thing having taken only less than an hour.
Yeah.
The guards at the gate certainly do recognize you and immediately wave you forward and march you into the marble mansion. Let's see here. You
Do you think Caden's on Brandon's shoulders by this point, or is he still too freaked out?
I think he's clinging to Brim, since Brim is the first. He's like imprinted on Brim for the moment. So unless Brim tries to encourage him up on your shoulders, no, he didn't. I was just going to say, V, you noted your hit points that were restored, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So you all look a little dirtier and worse for the wear. It was a brief encounter, but in Old Sharn, that dirt and grime just sticks to you pretty immediately. But nonetheless, the guards wave you through, especially seeing young Caden in your company.
Yeah.
They don't even ask questions about the warforged that you apparently added to your party. So you're ushered into the front foyer of the manor and into a sitting room just off of that. And immediately Alden comes running into the room. You can hear his fine boots echoing as they trample down the stairs, and he bursts into the room. And he holds out his arms and runs towards his son, who at that moment, Brim just kind of pulls away from you and gets swept up by his father and begins crying again. Just for a moment, Alden basically takes absolutely zero notice of you as he's reunited with the child. Looming into the doorway behind him, of course, becomes Vishtai. And Vishtai smiles, and you all just get like this warm feeling of gratitude that washes over you telepathically.
He is trying to feign indifference, but you can tell I'm actually getting kind of emotional.
Yeah, perfect. Alden begins to thank you profusely, going up to each of you in turn and shaking your hand, still just keeping his boy basically propped up on his hip. And you can see tears streaking down his face. He looks even worse off than he did earlier. He looks to Vishtai, and wordlessly they seem to have an exchange. And Vishtai departs the room briefly and returns with a coffer full of coins, basically. And Alden begins to immediately just babble on to you, explaining more about his situation that he did not impart on you before. He would tell you that Gara was looking for treasures that were buried in Old Sharn, and that's why she wanted expendable. And he looks at you, Banner, and says, "I apologize," but she was looking for expendable workers that no one would miss to scour the ruins. I branded the work to my own house as a secret research gathering mission, paid the Warforged workers for their silence, and signed them to binding contracts. And I am very sorry for that, Master Warforged. And he looks at you, Banner, kind of sheepishly at that point. I regret what has become of your friends, your kin. He believes.
In this conversation, I think we definitely can confirm that Gara was heavily involved in the efforts below, and was the one who was caring for your son.
Yes. Well, he still seems to be in one piece, and he kind of gives him a look over. and like pinches his cheeks, and the kid just like turns his head away still. But he says, I believe that they were taking their treasures, and as Vishtai has informed me, he's kept an eye from a distance on the operation. He believes that the items that they found were being moved to a safe house in Tavik's Landing near the lightning rail station. It's quite possible that whatever relics they've unearthed, they're planning on smuggling out of the city.
Where are they at?
Station. Which station?
So in Lower Tavik's Landing, there would be the district called Terminus, and Terminus is where the lightning rail comes into the city. So Terminus is pretty large. A large number of lightning rail trains come in and out of there on any given day. But he tells you that Vishtai, as I said, has been keeping an eye on these operations, and he thankfully knows even more about this than I did. I was afraid that Gara would find me sniffing about and harm my son. And he gestures towards Vishtai, who kind of in your heads recites an address. It's an apartment in Lower Tavik's Landing. Essentially, it would be like, let's see here. It's an apartment number. I mean, these are really tall towers, so it's probably like apartment 914, Terminus Station, Lower Tavik's Landing, Commerce Tower. Like it's just implanted in your mind immediately.
Yep.
And again, that feeling of like warmth and gratitude. Alden says that coffer contains 50 gold for each of you. If you leave my name and House Orion's name out of your report to the Sharn Watch. As I said, I'm ashamed that I've been manipulated in this way, and I don't want to tarnish my reputation or my house. And as for you, Bren, I believe it was,
Yes.
if you want to make overtures towards joining House Orion, I can certainly put in a word in your favor.
Very well.
Excellent.
I do think, though, that there is an issue with you. Although you were doing it to make sure your son didn't get harmed, you did affect all these Warforged. And although you did say that they viewed them as disposable, I think that you should find some way, even if it's out of your hands, to recompense these Warforged. Now, I don't know how you would be able to find them all. Obviously, you weren't directly. Oh, you did say you had them sign contracts, so therefore you would know.
Razor
who-
looms up over your shoulder at this point, like staring daggers at him.
So I definitely think that you owe them something, and I hope that you would do right by them.
So yeah, as I said, Razor kind of looms up behind you. Alden looks away from you as you speak, unable to kind of keep your gaze. And it's also at this moment that appearing in the archway leading to the sitting room, you see the one-armed Warforged of Cole, who immediately sprints towards her companion and throws her arms around Razor.
Nice.
Razor in turn throws 3 arms around Cole, including the one she's carrying. But Razor and Cole at this point also begin to effusively thank the lot of you. And Pazzo, in this general din of like positivity or whatever, Alden says, he nods and he just kind of says to you quietly, like, yes, I can see to this. They may have all scattered out of fear, but I will look to see that that they are compensated for my mistakes.
Nice.
Good.
Very well. Thank you for your assistance.
We have this address in Tavik's Landing near the terminus.
Mhm. Terminus. Those who arrive survive. That's the.
And are we going to have a Murder on the Orient Express situation, or is this going to be?
There's only one way to find out.
So
You got
I
to
will
grow
say-
some mustaches.
Before we actually took off, I would have sort of donated my earnings to Razor and Cole because I don't have pockets. I can't carry 50 gold anyway. So I'll just by convenience tell them they can have it to start their new life.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, a sense of urgency is slightly implied here. Obviously, if Gara is aware that you guys have disrupted her operation, then that may accelerate timetables for the smuggling aspect of things. But on the other hand, I mean, Alden turns and says to Vishtai, whatever they need, they can remain here as long as they'd like. And he says the same goes for your companions. Cole, was it? And Razor introduces herself. So you guys can take the equivalent of a short rest here, just chilling in this sitting room.
Does a short rest mean I can get some hit points back? Because
It does, yes. So during a short rest, you can expend the 1 hit die that you have at this level. You can roll that hit die and add your constitution bonus, and that's how many hit points you would regain. Vishtai makes sure that the servants bring in, some light food and drink, since it's probably approaching midday. You guys getting the equivalent of a late breakfast, water, ale, whatever you require. And Vishtai also presses into each of your hands a unicorn-shaped feather token inset with the sigil of House Orion. So those of you that have spent any amount of time in the city know that a feather token can be the difference between life and death. They're relatively inexpensive baubles, but when you are falling from one of the city's towers, activating this gives you the benefit of a feather fall spell, which makes it survivable.
Yeah.
There's actually a standing Good Samaritan law in the city that if you see someone falling and you cast feather fall on them, you get a little stipend from the watch for that. Not that it happens all the time, but
it happens enough that's a thing, though.
Yeah. So you're all able to take, like I said, a short rest. You can spend your hit die and regain some hit points if you'd like. You also refresh anything that refreshes on a short rest. I know you're only first level, so that may not be a lot.
Back to full.
Perfect.
I think we hire a sky cab, get us there quick.
Sure.
Funny you should say that. As you, so is everybody all set, complete?
Yep.
Any other business? You got so everybody also got 50 gold each, except for V, who has foregone his. Razor and Cole, of course, want to remain here. Banner, I would say an hour is enough time to begin the work of reattaching that arm. I mean, it's relatively light activity that you could accomplish during a short rest.
And I didn't need any particular rest, so I can
Perfect.
start working on that.
Just give me a Smith's Tools roll at advantage, let's say, because of your intricate knowledge of Warforged.
Oh, net 20 plus 0, I think, is for my intelligence.
Nice. You definitely get the arm reattached. Like I said, with Smith's Tools, again, you're doing kind of the broad work of the structural work. You do connect a few of the semi-organic, I guess they're wood and arcane stone sinew, basically. And you feel like that's going to take, and it may just need some time to heal on its own. But by the time you all are departing, Cole and Razor kind of see you all to the front gate, since they've been extended a stay here. Razor does lift this new arm and very ratchet, it's going to take some time to get fully operational, but she does wave to bid you adieu. She says, there may be something still for me to learn about the faiths of the fleshy ones. This Anatar has guided your hand well.
The gods of the forge.
So as you all kind of stride out of the Unicorn Manor, you hear a familiar voice from you guys leave the manor. You start headed towards a sky coach station to try and hail one to get to Lower Tavix Landing. Quite a descent from where you are here in Mithril Tower. You hear a familiar voice from above. Need a lift? Asks Sergeant Vilroy as she descends towards you in a sky coach. And you can see, like, since you guys were on a street instead of on a platform, like the crowd is kind of like displacing. Like, it's not as bad as like bringing a helicopter into land or whatever, but like people are like shuffling aside and like probably clutching their pearls since you're in like an upper class district.
Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, she brings it low enough for you all to step aboard.
All right.
Excellent.
Perfect. So you guys trundle into the sky coach, and she kind of like looks over the lot of you. She's piloting it currently. It looks this sky coach, I guess, is more like a sled type. So she's kind of standing at the back. Kind of like somebody who has the rudder on like a small skiff or whatever. It's large enough for you all to board and kind of stand safely. And it's got a bit of a safety rail to it, of course. But she says, so how goes the investigation?
Banner gives a version of a chuckle and says some version of, I assume you already know. Given Banner's knowledge of the workings of the military.
I work for the Sharn Watch, and knowing things is, of course, my job. I mean, that's how I knew where to find you all, of course,
Exactly.
but I don't know the particulars of things. Where are we headed? What comes next? What did this Cole have to say?
Shall I, Bren? So Cole's concern was that their companion had been missing, and you were probably correct to send somebody else to investigate, as it seemed to be a standard missing person. But they were missing because they were enslaved by one of the underworld syndicates, the Dask. And in particular, one of their commanders, Gara. Are you familiar with them?
She nods.
Had enslaved these Warforged and was having them dig in the Undercity looking for treasures. It is unknown if they were looking for specific treasures. We are now going to pay what we think is Gara a visit to prevent it from leaving the city with the stolen treasure.
So she banks wide of Mithril Tower and kind of turns the sled into a descent, just assuming that means the downward direction. And she says, do you have a more precise location?
We have an address, yes?
Yes.
This location.
Here's the address. Please land us near there.
Terminus. Yes, yeah. Can't really make a lot of unauthorized entrances and exits from that place. I'll have to put you down at the platform at the top of the tower. But we can make our way down from there. Good work, the lot of you. And she just kind of busies herself flying the ship. As you guys zip between the towers of Sharn, and again, kind of descending downward, you come to Lower Tavix Landing once again, kind of where this adventure began, although you come all the way to the edge of the city and you can see the Brellish countryside sprawling out for the distance. And then off to the south, the ocean's waters as well. The first time you look around the horizon and don't see towers in every direction. because the lightning rail comes basically right up to the edge of the city, not so much into the heart of it.
Yep.
You descend towards the peak of a tower.
Is there any point in asking her if she's aware of Gara and Dask's operations under the city?
She would say, I'm aware of Gara. I believe that she's like a mid-tier lieutenant in the organization. I don't know what exactly she thinks she's prospecting for. She doesn't strike me as a particularly literary type, but yeah, there's all kinds of lore and wealth to be pulled out of there for those who have an inexhaustible labor force. You all descend towards the top of Terminus Tower. A large platform at the top of the tower is crowded with a diverse crew of humanoids. A prominent dock juts out from the tower, overlooking the crowded bridges and streets below. An unoccupied sky coach with a dragon-shaped prow is chained to the southern platform. So you could see this is where Germain is kind of banking for. There's maybe about 15 or 20 people all milling about waiting for sky coaches, but you can see Germain kind of takes one of the empty berths and throws a chain to one of the a Knoll, actually Porter there, who kind of ties it off to one of the moorings. But she gets down and she says, "Watch business. Keep an eye on my ship." And the Knoll retracts his hand as he was holding it out for a tip, and just gives a nod. So from where you all are, you can see that there is a large staircase that descends from the tower. All the people milling about kind of spare a glance at you. The majority of them look like commoners. A few of them look like upper class noble folk. But Germain begins to just make for the stairs at this point.
Follow right behind her.
Follow.
A 10-foot wide spiral staircase wraps around the tower, and you can see it's along it are several taverns and shops. The shops tend towards like souvenirs and gifts for the city's visitors to bring home to loved ones. But this stair leads all the way down from the sky coach platform to the tenements below, and then down past those as well towards the terminus station. So with your address and the markings on the wall to kind of help people keep their bearings, you proceed down into this area. This seems to be the top level of apartments, so you imagine they might be slightly more upscale than some of the lower tenements. But by the time you all have reached the floor corresponding to the address that you've been given, you spill out into a corridor. Let's have a quick look here, and you see a door marked with the apartment number that you have come to expect. So let's just say it's apartment 914B.
B.
Yeah. There are, of course, other doors leading off of this corridor that you imagine lead to other apartments. But as Germain kind of steps off of the stairs, she like leans up against the far wall and kind of begins to shimmy stealthily, and then just kind of gives you guys like a wave to come along.
Follow along.
Perfect. Okay. So you're standing before an apartment door. It does currently stand closed, so I'm just wondering what's the approach to get that door open. Germain seems to be deferring to you all.
Can we listen at the door and see if we can hear anything behind it?
Yep. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Oh, 5.
Seems like a pretty thick door. Or a pretty quiet room, you can't tell.
All right. Well, gentlemen and ladies and Banner, We have an obstacle in our way. V, perhaps you could remove it.
Yep, I will attack the door.
Perfect. Just go ahead and make a strength check for me to give this door a good kicking in.
Not
you
great.
do have a Warforged right here that you can bash things into, but
True. Well, thinking about things isn't the strong point.
no.
So
no,
I got a 7 plus my 3 bonus, or a 10.
Okay.
Technically, my axe is a +1 at the moment, so maybe an 11.
Well, if you're going to use the axe, roll one more time for me. I'll give you advantage. An axe is basically what's designed for taking down doors.
I got a 19 on the die that time,
That
so
one,
significantly better, like a 24 or 25 somewhere.
You heft the axe over your shoulder, even in this kind of cramped corridor, just choking up on it and getting as much of a swing as possible, and bring it down center mass on the door. Because it is magical and the door is not, that also lends to the fact that the door splits in half and flies inward. Immediately, looking into the room, you can see that there are cabinets hanging on the north wall of this large room, which is hazy with the smell of tobacco. Near the east wall stands an overstuffed couch. A rectangular table turned on its side blocks a closed door on the south wall. At this point as well, Germaine, in a voice completely unlike Germaine's, and like a shrill voice, immediately just calls out, "Jig is up!" And you see a couple of feathered individuals immediately spring up from their hiding spots within the room, just by like the overturned table and pulling out from behind the couch. But I'm going to say you look at Germaine and you see that the details of her face have melted away, and as have the details of her Sharn watch uniform. And you can see what stands before you is a humanoid with just pale, nondescript skin, and she's wearing like the leathers and black clothing of a criminal.
What? Germaine isn't Germaine?
I mean, maybe this Germaine isn't Germaine. Who knows? Dun dun dun.
Is she an ogre now?
Where the heck is no?
She is a humanoid, not ogre.
She is a what they call a changeling, or a changeling, depending on your pronunciation. But I'm going to say, so V, you were the one that battered open the door. I'm going to assume.
I was waiting for Germaine to say, "What are you doing?"
No. 914B. Okay, so V, you kicked in the door. You see these 4 Kinku, I'll just call them Kinku, these raven-like humanoids popping up from their hiding spots within the room. I would say that Brim and Banner might be the most likely to be in the back line. And as she has shifted out of this shape, she's going to go ahead and sink a dagger into one of your backs. Let's see here.
I imagine that one of the Kinku looks at the other and goes, I thought I'd putty tat.
Yeah, with perfect mimicry. No, we get a copyright strike for that. She sinks her dagger into Bren's back, so she would have advantage. Does a 17 hit your armor class, Bren?
Oh, yeah.
Take 4 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
And let me just note their initiatives. And what is a Kinku's initiative bonus? I feel like the real trick to this is everybody's got a +2, so it's like Kinku.
Bren, is that bad?
Pretty much half my health, yeah.
That's what I figured.
Sorcerer, not strong.
No, sorcerer, not strong. At least it's not a D4.
Yeah, that's a marked improvement for this edition. Kinku, I don't have stats.
I'll be right back.
I was gonna say, Pazzo, you're going first. Even if these guys tie with you, I'm gonna say you're going first. So the door stands open. There are 4 in the room, 4 Kinku, and then there's this changeling who's kind of on the other side of the back row from you. So you're within a move's distance from all of these individuals.
So I'm going for the changeling. I just figure that, she kind of deceived us. I don't like that. I'm going to see about taking her out.
Go for it.
Okay, so drawing the short swords. I'm really close. Let's see.
Yeah, you step around to the side of Brem, basically, and you can see Brem got a pretty grievous wound from this changeling.
Does a 12 hit?
It does not.
So neither
sure?
attack hits.
No. So you swing, but the changeling. Oh, you said a 12, right?
Yeah, that was.
It's dangerously close, but no. She just has a little bit more of that dexterity, so she uses the dagger and just intercepts both of your incoming blows and turns them aside. And she sneers at you with a face that just runs through a quick gamut of human faces, all of them sneering.
That was impressive.
After you do go all these Kinku though. So let's say you had momentum. I was gonna say you had momentum enough to step through the threshold in that moment. You cut down the door. Did you think you take a step in, or are you just standing in the doorway?
Of course.
Okay. Well, then one of them is going to move towards. I'll say so. The doorway. This was Gara's apartment, actually. So this doorway is a little bit oversized. Maybe not large enough to be a double door, but probably as much as like 8 feet across or whatever. So you're not the only one that's exposed to this. But what's going to happen is 2 of the Kinku are going to loose shots, one at you and one at Pazzo. They have the 2 kind of in the farther side of the room have short bows. So the shot against you is a 12. That's a miss. And then the shot against Pazzo is a 22.
That's
Go ahead and take 4 points of piercing damage for me.
Just got him.
And then one of them is going to spring over the couch with his short sword, and he's going to close in on you, V, and he's just going to basically engage you. It's not, like I said, so the door is wide enough that you guys could slip by or whatever. You might, you can get by this guy, but you would probably provoke an attack of opportunity from him, or you could go through him, of course. But does a 15 hit your armor class, V?
15 does, yes.
Okay, take 4 points of piercing damage from this one's short sword. The last one is going to, he's just going to hold, he's going to take the defense action. So one of them is just kind of peering over the upturned furniture and just waiting to see how the situation develops. After Pazzo and the Kinko, comes to V.
All right, so normally I would want to go after the changeling, but I just think the way things were described, I probably don't even know the changeling has done that yet. And I see the opponents in front of me, one of them engaged, so I'm going to attack the one that basically came at me with short swords.
Perfect.
I am going to use my bonus action to go into my beast mode form. So I will get 7 temporary hit points as I take on my more bestial features. And then I will attack with my great axe. Ooh, not good. 5, 12, 13 to hit.
13 is exactly the armor class.
Yes!
Nice.
And then that is a total of 13 damage.
Wow. Okay. 13 is exactly the hit points. So,
Okay.
So you cut this thing down. You can see that you snarl and it uses its mimicry to make that noise back at you. And then you just immediately bring the great axe just straight across it. And it goes sprawling back into the room with just a cloud of black feathers, basically.
I'm sure we've all seen that video of the pitcher who threw the ball and it just happened to hit the bird exactly. There's just a poof and then feathers are everywhere.
Yeah.
And then I snarl. Wow.
No pitch. All right. Yeah, you cut that guy down viciously. You still have your movement. So, there are 2 kind of wielding short bows on the further side of the room. And then there was one in the midst of the room, basically. Did you want to move up to any one of them?
I'll move up to the 2 with the bows just to try to keep them from being able to attack anyone else without at least having to deal with me.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Okay. After V goes Bren.
Okay, so I've got this changeling that just stabbed me.
Yep.
I'm assuming, is there penalties if I try to cast a spell and he's still right there stabbing me?
In this edition, not so much.
Is it
If
if
it's
a ranged spell,
yeah.
isn't that at disadvantage?
Yeah, a ranged spell would be, but like a melee attack spell or anything, no.
Okay. And can I move away without taking any?
No. You would, if you move away, you would provoke an opportunity attack. So she would get another swipe at you.
Okay. Shocking grasp it is then.
Yeah, perfect.
16 to hit.
Oh,
Unless
that's
you said she's wearing leather, right?
Yeah, I was just checking. No metal armor, unfortunately, but that's a hit regardless.
5 points of lightning damage.
Awesome. And she cannot use a reaction, I think, is the side effect of that as well.
I believe
Uh,
that's right.
Because if that is true, then after you hit her with the shocking grasp, you can move away from her and she won't be able to take a reaction. I believe that's a stipulation of shocking grasp.
1 second.
No, it's fine. I am Googling it. Whoever
Correct.
gets there first.
It cannot take reactions to the start of its next turn. So yes,
Oh,
I
nice.
was in-
Perfect. Yeah,
I
so
now
you,
wanna
you
move
see her
away.
muscles seize up and you feel like you could withdraw from her at this moment if you wanted
Sweet.
to.
Perfect. I will.
Don't tase me, bro.
Okay. Into the room or just down the hallway or back up the stairs?
Just down the hallway a little bit.
Sure. Okay. And you have Pazzo right there who is in melee with her. So if she wanted to pursue you, she would have to deal with him first. So you just scuttle down the hall a little bit. Whoop, 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 whoop. And you are out of immediate danger for the moment. After you does go that changeling. So she shakes off the tase that you laid on her, and she is going to take her attacks on Pazzo.
Pazzo and Banner basically are right there, right?
Yeah. So actually, she'll take one stab at you, and then she'll like take a brief step forward to kind of fill in the gap in your guys' ranks. So let's see how our first attack goes. So a 9 to hit on Pazzo. So she steps forward and slashes out at you with a 9. Do you think that she thinks like you're too short, or that like she didn't accommodate for that correctly? So she is going to take her second attack at Banner instead. And on that, she gets a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that glances off Banner's armor.
Okay.
I'm going to need to buff that out.
Oh, nice. I was going to say take 4 points of piercing damage, but no, just take 2 points of cosmetic damage. As a dagger gets turned aside by your plating. So she's like in the midst, basically. She's in melee with all 3 of you since she's kind of filling in this gap in your ranks. But she takes those 2 attacks. And
well, Bren moved. You moved what, 10 feet away or something? 15 feet away?
Yeah, I meant she's with V basically. Like
I
guess. Well, no,
V's
probably like
the
10
room,
feet
right?
away. Yeah. Okay. So that being said, after the changeling goes Banner.
Yeah. So Banner was going to cure wounds on Bren, but he got away, and this changeling is engaged with us. Seems to be, at least for the time being, the leader of this small gang. So mace it is on the changeling.
Mace to the face.
Oh, for God's sakes. Never mind. Natural 1. Maybe my mace hits the door frame instead of the changeling.
A 20 on your Smith tools checks, and then a 1 on your attack roll. Onatar works in mysterious ways.
Yes, Onatar does. Well, maybe I'm not supposed to be in the front lines.
Yeah, you swing at her and she just ducks down and spins, billowing her cape and stands back up.
But I'm going to interpose myself between wherever Bren went and the changeling, so the changeling cannot easily get past me.
Yeah, she would have to get away from you and Pazzo at this point to get after him. So definitely you take your stand. And then after Banner, we get
I look into the room to make sure that actually you took a hit, right, V?
Yes.
So I'm gonna keep watch, but I'm gonna have I do have another healing spell available.
Okay. After Banner, we get back to the top of the order with Pazzo.
Hey. So I am trying to get that changing lady. or well, I don't know if it's a lady
Creature.
or not, but yeah, let's see. Much better. So 2 22s. So for both my rolls,
Oh, that's 2 hits.
Nice.
yeah, 9 and 5, so 14 altogether damage.
Jeez, Louise. I was worried about this fight for a moment. Those 2 blows are mortal. She is still standing, but you just cut 2 short sword swaths across her, ruining her leather armor and spilling out blood, which immediately changes from like red to green to blue back to red as it kind of splatters the hall. Yeah, she did not like that. She did not like that. She is barely still standing. And let's see, after her, we have after Pazzo, we have the Kinku. V, the 2 that are nearest you are going to go ahead and they're going to throw down their short bows and switch to their melee options. So it's going to be 2 little stabs at you. Fortunately for you, it looks like they have daggers, so not crazy damage, hopefully. I think one of them is going to be a miss with a 7 on the die. Yeah, so 12 misses, right?
Correct.
But a 24 hits. So go ahead and take
Yes.
take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And the other one springs over the furniture and runs towards the door at Pazzo. So this one's just a few feet behind you, basically. V. But this one gets a 3. So he springs over the furniture, drops his dagger, picks it back up, and rushes over there, but he doesn't get an attack in on you, at least not an effective one. Pazzo. So that brings us to V. So V, you're engaged with 2 of them. One of them just sprinted for the door behind you. What's your plan?
So I'm going to bonus action rage. I will then make my first attack. And with all those bonuses, that is a 13 to hit and a 16 damage.
Jeez Louise, 16 damage at level 1. What do you... that's going
Is
to
it D12 plus 1 plus some strength
Yep.
bonus?
You
Plus
cut,
2 because of the other. Yeah, so I have plus 8 to damage right
Holy
now.
cow.
you cut one down and shatter the table that it was hiding behind, basically. Scattering furniture all over. The one that's still engaged with you kind of shrinks back a little bit, and it mimics a voice of like a woman's scream, basically. After V goes Brem.
All right.
You vicious brute.
Brem is not happy with the little changeling. So I'm going to fire. This is for part of my dragon mark. So this fires from my dragon mark. Is that how it works?
It can.
Okay.
This
I
doesn't
like
have
this.
to, but yeah, for cosmetics, you could say it does.
I like this. Out of his chest where the mark is, we see 2 missiles, or 3. Sorry, 3. I have to count that right. 3 missiles of force come flying out and head right straight at the changeling. So I'm casting magic missile through my dragon mark. 10 damage, and I've got to roll a d6. Okay, so it is I rolled a 5. It's an odd number. 1 random creature within 30 feet of me takes force damage equal to the number I rolled.
Wow.
Wow.
What is this from? Your dragon mark?
Aberrant dragon mark. They're
Aberrant
dangerous.
dragon mark.
They're unlicensed. Okay. 1 random creature. Okay. So the changeling is downed by that. So let's not count her in the mix. It says one random creature within range.
Within 30 feet of me.
Within 30 feet of you.
So that's all us and 2 Kinku still up, I think.
Right. So let me do this. 1, 2, 3. That would be 4.
I'll just say I'm sorry now for whoever I hit.
Maybe you'll get a Kiku.
It's
It'll
10
more likely be
force
V.
damage. Wait, it's
5.
1 random creature, including you?
Not including me.
Oh, okay.
Unless there's no other creatures, then it's me. It's just 5 damage though.
This is complicated. I like it. All right, hold on 1 second. So I got Pazzo, the Kinko that's in the doorway. V, I guess technically is maybe just around the corner. It does say within range, but it doesn't say within line of sight, I guess. All right, let's just roll this and see what happens. Oh, look at that. It's the Kinku in the doorway.
Wow. All right.
Takes 5 damage.
It takes 5 damage. All right, perfect. That is not good for him. Kinku in the door. So he is still standing, but immediately some of his feathers are just like ripped off by an arcane force, and he's like confusedly looking around.
Where'd that come from?
Exactly. So that was your action, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to? The changeling goes down, so some of the immediate threat in that doorway has subsided, but you're gonna
Is
remain
it dead
where you
or
are?
just?
She's at
Oh, so
-7.
this was a side
so-
effect of your spell, of your mark?
Well,
This
sorry.
the mark allows me to have 1 extra first level spell that I have to cast through the mark.
Got it.
And when you cast it, you have to roll the d6. And
Yep.
Even number, I would have gotten temporary hit points equal to the number on the die. Odd, it hits 1 random creature and takes the damage on the die.
Wow. Crazy.
Indeed. Let's see here. Doorway. So then after Brem's turn, we come to Banner, since the changeling is out of the order.
So we're in an apartment building, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. I can expend my hit die. I didn't have to. I chose to.
Oh, nice.
And how many Kenku are left?
There's the Kinku in the doorway, and then there's 2
I've killed 2.
okay,
Or
so there's
4
2
original.
Kinku left. 1 injured in the doorway and 1 threatened by V on the far side of the room.
Right. I point at the one in the doorway, utter some words and make some hand motions, and a dolorous bell sounds in the hallway. The Kenku needs to make a wisdom save.
Toll the dead. An 11
DC 13, so 11 fails. And they take a D12 worth of damage.
The
8.
best die.
8 after taking 5 means that it is down to 0. So that Kinku in the door, as the life goes out of it, it uses its mimicry to mimic the sound of the bell it heard. But it
That was
collapses.
Toll the Dead, in case anybody doesn't know that spell.
Nice.
Yeah. Perfect. And after, so you still have your bonus action and your movement. You could get to where V is if you want, or you.
I will move up to be V. You doing okay, or do you need some help?
I'm down 4 from max, but I currently still have temp hit points from my beast form.
So I'm gonna just go up and act as protection, but I'm not gonna cast another spell. I could cast Healing Word if you were down on, death's door, but I don't think.
I mean, if I get hit again, maybe, but right now I think I'm okay.
Yeah. Cool. So I will move up to that other Kenku.
Okay. And it's also now Pazzo's turn. So Pazzo, the changeling is down, and the Kinku that was in the doorway is down. So you could move over to where Banner and V are currently, if you'd like.
Yes,
And
I will do
start
that.
swinging at this last Kinku.
We will do exactly that and see what happens.
Swing for the fences.
16, is that a hit? I believe
Yes.
so. Yeah, so that would be 7 damage. And my
So-
second attack misses.
V is down to this much. This Kinku, I don't know. He's cornered. But he's gonna stand his ground. He's gonna take a short sword attack at, let's say, Pazzo. 2 plus what? Nope, that's a miss. And then because the fear, basically at this moment, it is going to it swings its dagger at you, and it actually just kind of flies free from its grasp. So it just gives up. It jumps over the back of the couch and is going to try and just muscle through the three of you. So anybody who wants to can take an opportunity attack. It's bolting for the door.
Okie dokie.
You can all just roll it once at this point. It's a pinata.
Banner rolled a natural 20,
Okay.
doing 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. You all just immediately take swings at it and it comes down off the couch onto the floor. And it mimics what might be like a harassed Czech announcer. And it's like, oh, that hurts. Like as it's dying words. You could see after this den of combat, basically, some of the neighbors outside Bren are kind of like opening their doors and peering out to see like what is going on. Obviously, this unfolded pretty quickly, so none of them opened their door more than like a crack before immediately just kind of like slamming it shut. Those of you who are standing in the apartment, as a reminder, there's cabinets on the north wall of the large room. It's hazy with the smell of tobacco. Near the east wall is the overstuffed couch. The rectangular table turned on its side blocks a closed door on the south wall. That table was partially sundered by V during the fight. So Bren, are you going to come into the room with your team, or are you holding down the hallway?
First, I'm going to look on the changeling. I'm still trying to figure out who she is and why she betrayed us like this, or if this is even German.
Just pulling the changeling into the room and then propping the broken door back up on the door frame.
Yeah.
I love the idea there's people outside, like, in bathrobes and curlers looking out in the hallway, and you're just like, nothing to see here, and you're dragging bodies into the room.
There's no blood and splinters all over the place.
Yeah. V's going to take a rest, so the rest of you can do the investigative part.
You're going to take an hour?
No,
Except you've already spent your hit die, I think. You only have that once per long rest.
Yeah, I haven't used my hit die yet.
Oh, you
Okay.
haven't used it. Okay.
Oh, no.
You're going to start a
rolled
short
it yet.
rest, but maybe don't roll that hit die quite.
Okay,
yet.
that's fine. That's fine.
But you sit down on the couch there and take a breather for a moment.
I assume we're going to want to check that blocked door and some of these cabinets.
Yeah, that seems logical.
I feel like the ogre would be easy to see, so I think our main point's not here, but maybe we can figure out where they are.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Search the bodies, search the room, try to find clues as to where the ogre is.
Okay. Bren, since one of the first things you said was looking through the changeling's pockets, you do find like a crumpled up piece of paper in a pocket that says, they're on to us. And it just has like a brief description of your group. And it says, keep an eye on the Orion and bring this to an end, basically. And then it's signed just like G at the bottom.
Yeah, I was thinking like script written like hand gripping a crayon.
It's actually pretty fine penmanship, actually, Bren. I mean, maybe not as fine as yours, but it's by a lettered individual. It's I mean, it would be a big hand. It's probably like a larger. It's a really crumpled up ball of paper that's like a little bit larger than an 8.5 by 12, 11 by 17, let's say.
Great. Now we got someone else to worry about.
Then you guys, I mean, it becomes pretty obvious to you even as you start like looking through the cabinets. Some of this just looks like it was a functional living space for an individual living alone, just kind of regular appointments. Nothing else super sinister kind of jumps out at you. You can hear, after the fate of combat and after the initial kind of turning some things over in this room, you can hear the sounds of like a frantic, like a frantic wheezing, yipping noise coming from that room to the south. And you can hear the sound of like a fire kind of flaring up on the other side of that door.
Okay.
Hey, V, go knock on the door.
All right. I will
With your
use axe as like
axe.
a battering ram this time, like, both hands have to, or, head against the door frame sort of thing. You know what I mean?
So the interior door isn't locked. This opens up into a bedroom. So you just like kick this open, and you can see there's a gnoll there. He had like a sheaf of papers in his arm, and he's like throwing them into a fireplace. But as the door slams open, he like throws his hands up, and all the papers kind of scatter onto the floor. You can see a frantic gnoll is picking up papers from the floor to throw into a burning brazier at the center of the room. Beyond the brazier, you see the familiar form of Sergeant Vilroy, bound at the hands and feet with rope, lying bloodied and unconscious on a large mattress.
Well, that's what happened to Gil. What was her first name? Gilrain? No.
Germaine.
Germaine.
Yeah.
Germaine Vilroy.
Now we know where Germaine is.
But the gnoll immediately throws his hands up and just says, "No harm. We're good. Everything's fine."
So I'll walk forward with my axe extended, like, almost like a baseball bat sort of thing, put the haft of the axe against their neck and just sort of push them to the ground and hold them there.
So yeah, it starts like sniveling and yipping, just kind of like scared hyena noises. But
do you know where Gara is, or this G person?
She's leaving town. She's blowing out of here. She's on the next train. The next train west.
Clarksville.
Yeah. Or I guess it'll be the next train east. She's gone.
She's on the midnight train going anywhere.
Yeah. She told me to clean things up, and she said she was leaving post haste.
Farewell. You're going to confess to your crimes. You're going to tell the watch everything that you know.
Jermaine's right here.
Says, you don't need me. I'm not very good at public speaking. Anything I didn't burn here, and he kind of gestures to the papers scattered all over the floor. This is enough for a conviction. You don't need me.
Yes, you'll be convicted. You're correct.
His head slumps a little bit, and he says,
and then I'm going to go over untie Germaine.
Okay. You see that she is unconscious, but even in just the act of untying her, you do manage to kind of shake her awake. It doesn't seem like she was sleeping. It seems like she was under the effect of something, but jostling her a bit does seem to kind of bring her back. She says, she like groggily gets up. She's like, I can handle this guy. You all have to go after her. She just left not too long ago. The next train could be leaving any moment.
What's the fastest way to get there?
She just gestures down, and she says, the stairs are your only bet really at this point. And you don't want to have to wait for a lift.
How far down do we have to go?
I mean, it's she like looks at the rest of you kind of exasperated, and she's like, why just go?
Are there windows here? Is there a ledge?
So you're on we said you're at 914B, so there's at least nine levels of stairs probably to run down. Eight or
I'm
9.
getting what Bryn is throwing down. Let's go through the windows and use our feather tokens to get down there.
Ah, interesting. That's one way to arrive. I like it. So are you announcing this plan, or are you just trucking?
Let's just jump.
So Banner just looks at the camera and says, I guess I'll have to jump. and he
yeah.
That's beautiful. All right, perfect.
So I'll take out my feather token and make sure everybody sees it, but I'll run out the window toward where, and I assume I will get down there more or less on time.
Yeah, but seeing that immediately, like this is a bedroom window. That's perfect. You can absolutely do that. But then Germaine goes, I didn't mean like that big of a hurry. But all of you are able to follow suit if you so choose. Otherwise, I mean, it might take you a little bit of time. It might take that Final Fantasy VII cutscene.
My question is, am I able to hitch a ride on Banner? Like, can I jump out and just grab a hold of him? Will his token keep both of us from falling, or do I got to use my own?
You I think you would know you have to use your own.
Okay.
I was gonna say you could try, but that seems like I'm setting you up for failure. Yeah.
So I will jump out again, very cat-like. I will turn midair so that I'm, feet down, and then realizing I'm so high, start to like panic a little bit. I don't even know where my feather token is, but it's somewhere. I have time to fumble around and find it before I die.
Perfect. So with a flash of arcane energy, it doesn't destroy the token. Actually, it just kind of consumes the magic of it. All of you begin to drift like a feather, just kind of like falling down. Looking down at the ground below you, you can see that there is a train currently at the platform at the base of this tower. There's a few probably, but some of them are kind of on the farther side of the yard. So you just aim for the platform at the base of this station and bypass a number of other encounters and nonsense to deal with. So as you guys get closer to the base of the tower, you can hear the sound of lightning rails stopping and starting elsewhere in Terminus Station is echoing throughout the platform and even up into the air where you're all descending. A crowd of people is gathered near a lightning rail train crackling with arcs of blue energy. And some of them, there's probably 20 people or so, are looking up at you all leisurely falling down over the course of the next moment. By the time the majority of you land, some of them have kind of like parted to give you guys space to all land like, relatively close to one another. You can hear the thrumming of lightning arcane energy as this train nearest you is beginning to pick up speed. If you're headed to Rote, you'll have to catch the next one, cries a conductor in the livery of House Orion as the train begins moving out of the station.
Is that the one that's Gara bound?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you hear Jermaine screaming down from the window above you. That's the one.
Right. I will jump onto or into the train, as whatever my options are, but leap first, figure that out on the way.
Yep, it is starting to get up to speed. I just need everybody to make an let's say athletics or acrobatics check.
And I'll yell something to the effect of, "We're after a criminal."
Yeah. The crowd parts out of your way then as you run and jump for the
only 10.
10 is all you need.
Oh, thank goodness.
Right. 14.
Okay.
14.
17 on my second roll because my first roll was a 1.
Nice.
Thank God I'm halfway.
Indeed.
Yeah, you start to trip and then you're sure-footed. So you start to trip and then you turn that into a spring, basically. All of you grab railings and kind of pull yourselves onto the cars. And this thing just immediately gets up to speed and begins leaving the station. So you are on the lightning rail to Rote. And I know it's 3:00 now. This would be like the last scene. Does everybody still have like a good 30 minutes or so?
Yep. I'm good.
Yep. Okay. You're immediately approached, kind of probably panting a little bit from the sudden exertion and looking a little disheveled from all the recent activity by a human wearing the livery of House Orion. As you guys kind of funnel into the next car, and he says, "Tickets, please."
I hand him the note from Jermaine. This is our ticket.
Like he at first he's like confused and he like unfurls it and just gives it a quick scan. And he says, "So the sergeant's expense account will pay your fare, I assume."
Sure, that's it. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
No,
well,
move.
Yeah, he quickly he scribbles something in a book as you push him to the side and he hands your writ back to you. So you guys start moving. Are you just moving towards the front of the train? Is that the plan, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming ogre should be easy to spot.
Well, half ogre, but yeah.
Yeah.
Half is easy to spot then.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So you get some nervous looks from some of the individuals on the train, just seeing armed and armored individuals just kind of stomping through. Some of them have probably seen this before, but you guys work your way towards the front area of the train, and another conductor does intercept you a few cars later. And he says, hold on now, the next one's a private car.
We don't have time for this. There's a criminal back there. If you don't move, you're hindering our investigation. You can then answer to Sergeant Germain. Your choice. Make it now.
V's not even paying attention. I'm just walking through the person anyways.
Make a persuasion or an intimidation with advantage, I'd say.
14.
That's just enough. Convinces the conductor to stand down without paying, or in this case, just get out of your way. He stands aside and he begins kind of working back off. There's no like obvious crowd in the room. Basically, you just went through like a sleeper car, so everybody's got like individual rooms. He just like stomps off and towards the back of the train. So you're standing outside of a private car. Hopefully this is the one that you're searching for. Does anybody else have any last minute preparations or anything? I know, V, you didn't complete a short rest, so did you need...
Correct. No, so I'm down hit points. I do not have any shifting left, but I have 1 rage left.
Bren, you should have some first level spells.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm only down 1.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, just checking. This is the foremost cabin of the first class cars. I guess it's the only first class car on this particular train. An 8-foot tall, muscular woman with a tusked, protruding jaw lounges on a couch in a luxury passenger car. She's reading a copy of the Sharn Inquisitive, but she has a battle axe within arm's reach as she kind of folds down the paper and looks at you all. A wooden chest rests under her feet. She's got it propped up like an ottoman, and a table lined with fine foods and bottles of spirits stands close by.
Anybody else in there with her?
Looking about? No, not that you're aware of. She kind of folds down the paper and tosses it aside. She puts her hands up and she says, "Whoa, friends, associates, I mean you no harm. I honestly can't believe you managed to catch up with me. I had the whole of Terminus Tower stirred up into a tizzy, making sure you wouldn't reach the ground floor."
That's why we jumped out the window.
The window, of course. Well, I admire your resourcefulness.
So let's cut to the chase. Are we going to go peacefully? Or are we going to go the way V wants it to go?
She looks at V, still a little scraped up and wounded from the previous encounter.
Yeah.
And she looks at a lot of you and she says, "I agree. Let's cut to the chase. 100 gold pieces. Split it up amongst yourselves however you'd like. You tell the watch I escaped, and that's the end of it."
10,000. Well, it's a negotiation. We can go back and forth till we come to a good number. You start low, I start high. This is how it works. Try again.
She grumbles. Interested in joining my organization? I'd rather pay you a salary than a lump sum like that.
We've already been paid well. Maybe you should come with us.
She sighs and reaches for the battle axe. So let's.
Yeah. V goes, "I don't even have pockets," as I rush towards her.
So true. All right. Fortunately for her, her initiative would be relatively low. So that's that. And 2 more seconds. Pazzo, I'm going to guess that you are going first in this encounter.
Yes. I don't think anything's changed, and I'm not letting her get away, or at least we're not going to. Does a 14 hit?
A 14. As she stands up, you could see she picks up her battle axe, and as you stomp towards her, she tears the top off of the chest and holds it up
Nice.
as if to make a shield. So with that being said, let me see what her total armor class is. A 14 is just enough.
Wow.
But, yep, even with the
Okay.
shield, unfortunately. I mean, she is big and it's close quarters, but yeah.
So that is 9 damage. So I just as she's raising that shield up, I wait for her to raise it up, and then I strike right below at the legs. I'm I'm short, so it's like the legs, they're good targets.
They're good targets.
Yeah. How much damage was that?
9. And my second attack misses. So
That's good. You don't need 2 like that. That's too much. All right. To the far side of her, breaking invisibility over her shoulder is what you all would describe as some sort of fairy or pixie or nixie or sprite. You're not sure, maybe, of the terminology, but with a much more darker demeanor than the ones that you may have heard about in tavern tales and such. It is going to fire a shot at, let's see, you did just go for the employer, Pazzo, so I think it's going to take a shot at you. With its tiny little short bow. Oh, no, I don't even have to look it up. 3, no, it's going to miss terribly. But yeah, just breaking invisibility over her shoulder. It fires at you, and the little toothpick-sized arrow just flies over your shoulder and plinks into one of the glasses on the nearby dining table or whatever. So after that, Pixie goes V.
All right. V launches themselves at her, snarling. I can't turn into my beast form, but I am going into my rage. And I get a total of 19 on the attack and a total of 12 damage.
Wow.
It's too much damage. You sunder the chest lid that she was using as an impromptu shield. And glancing down at this moment, you guys can see that the chest has all manner of treasure kind of piled up in it that she was in the process of extracting from Sharn. But so her shield is absolutely sundered, and she is bloodied by that blow. But
Wow.
she is still angrily gripping her battle axe now, putting her second hand on it.
This could be bad for me, just so you know.
It
You
would
made
be,
it
except
bad.
for like almost everybody in the party acts before her. So Brem, it's also your go.
All right. Time for some Chaos Bolt. So first thing I have to do is make a ranged spell attack.
Against her or the pixie?
Against her.
Okay.
So that's a 17.
Oh.
That hit?
17 is a hit, absolutely.
Okay. So it says damage is 2d8 plus a d6.
Holy cow. What spell is this?
What d6? Why is there a d6?
I don't know. That's how the
It's a
spell
2d8,
read.
I believe.
Well, I'll look at it again. That's how I thought it read.
No, I mean, it might be right. It could be part of your wild, aberrant nonsense. Yeah, you're right. 2d8 plus 1d6. Choose one of the d8s. The number rolls the damage type. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Weird. Gotcha.
So the way I read that, though, is I take that number out of the damage then? Is that right? Or does
No,
it
it
stay in
says
the damage?
Yeah, it says on a hit, the target takes 2d8 plus 1d6 damage. Choose one of the d8s. The number rolled on that determines it says takes that damage. So if
Okay.
they meant it the other way, they should have worded it way differently. So
Yeah.
go ahead. 2d8
All
plus
right.
1d6.
So I'll choose a 5, so it's lightning damage, and that is 12.
12 total damage.
12 lightning. Yep. I don't know if that matters.
No, she's not resistant nor vulnerable to lightning. But you could see the shimmer of electricity like course through her, illuminating her skeleton, and like sparks jump between her jutting fangs from her protruding jaw. But she is still barely standing. She almost slumps to one knee before she takes a good grip of the axe and is going to bring it down on.
Put the axe down.
I think she's going to bring it down on you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, V. So let's take a quick look here.
That's an insane spell for first level.
Oh yeah, and if you roll the same number on the 2d8,
It jumps to another
it jumps to the
opponent.
next target of your choice.
Yes.
I read it that very specific, so it didn't accidentally hit V. if it
23
jumped.
to hit your armor class.
Yeah.
Without her shield, she has placed both of her hands onto this, so 14 slashing damage.
All right.
that put
So
you
I'd
down?
only take half of that because I'm
That's true. So you
raging.
take
That's
7.
right.
So that takes me. I'm down 11 of 15. So I have 4 left, but technically 8
Okay.
unless it's magical damage.
So yeah, I mean, it seems like it's taken almost everything out of her to deliver that blow to you. And then it comes to Banner at the bottom of the order.
All right. So Banner will rush in, sees V heavily injured, and will cast Cure Wounds. So run up and touch V. Oh, look at that. Max healing, 11 points of healing.
That's exactly what I was down.
So you feel that surge. You feel
Feel
the
that surge of Onatar's blessing.
Yeah, the heat of the forge fills your veins, emboldens you. Perfect. Yeah, that was your action. Did you have a bonus action or anything else?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so you're right there with the front line, basically. Pazzo and V between you and her. After that, Pazzo, I'm going to say, so the pixie had readied an action and took that in response to you attacking. It's actually a little bit higher than you in the initiative order. So it's going to take another arrow shot at seeing V get healed up. Yeah, he's going to shoot at V. Nope, 4 on the die. So that's not anywhere close. Pew, pew. Just a little too, it actually just like it probably does hit you, but it doesn't like sink into your skin.
Yeah.
It's like just like a very surface splinter that you just flick off.
The flesh wound.
So after the pixie goes Pazzo.
Okay, so I will attack Gara first and see, and that is a hit 14 for 5 damage.
That drops her to -3.
Nice.
So
Okay.
the grip on the axe loosens, or how do you want to finish her off, I guess?
I mean, because I've been attacking her legs, she's bleeding out. I just slashed it really bad in the calf, and it's like, blood is pouring out, and she's just crumpled, right? Because obviously. And I got that second attack, so hello, Pixie. We'll see what happens.
You jump up and lance.
But yeah, I was so ecstatic watching Gara go down that I really wasn't paying attention to where that pixie was. And
I'm gonna say, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, after seeing the ineffective nature of its 2 attacks and seeing that its master was going down, the pixie just zips out of the cracked window of the car, just, and like immediately, because the train has picked up speed, just like you imagine that's going to be a rough flight for it, but it disappears into the distance behind you. Wow, yeah, short work of Gara. She is down and bleeding out. You could, of course, make efforts to save her. If you want to make a medicine check to stabilize her, or you could finish her off. It's all,
So Banner's inclined to stabilize her and arrest her.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Assuming 19 as
There is an open window.
No, that's
Yes,
Split the
Banner
syndicate in pieces.
Banner is lawful neutral and is rather inclined to
Pazzo's off.
Have
Also
Gara-
lawful neutral.
stand for crimes.
You feel the lightning rail actually begins to kind of start grinding to a halt. It at least begins slowing pretty substantially, and you can hear like the thrum and crackle of the lightning outside start to abate a little bit. It seems like maybe the conductors have been alarmed by this talk of crime and criminals, and maybe they're canceling the launch for the time being. Looking down into the chest, you can see that there are several books and a schema, which I'm trying to think of how to actually describe. I know what that is, but I don't know how to describe it.
A plan.
Yes. But I'm wondering what it looks like in the universe of Eberron. But yeah, it does look like a rolled up scroll indicating the construction of some device. That schemas are magic of Eberron in recorded form, dating back to the time of the giants. They've been used to pass magical knowledge along through the generations. And
My imagination is that schema were the means by which the Warforged were created, and those schema have all been destroyed.
I think there are schemas, specific to Warforged construction. I think House Cannith actually found some of the elements of what led to the construction of the Warforged from like the ancient giant civilization. So what this looks like is a stone tablet, but it doesn't seem to depict anything like humanoid, like a Warforged. It just seems to depict like a device, maybe at a casual glance to those of you with like investigation or arcana. Some sort of eldritch machine of some sort, maybe like it's difficult to say. But there are several books and schemas. There is a chest. The chest also contains a gem that is like faintly glowing, obviously magical, and some matter of just kind of taking a glance at it, several hundred gold pieces just kind of piled up in there as well.
And with the marks of the previous civilization, I assume.
Yeah. So it looks like and some of it is mixed in with more current coinage. So it could just be the sales of other archaeological artifacts.
Yep.
You do see some with like the mint mark that goes back to Dakani. So some of those have numismatic value. Numismatic, that's the word. So yeah, if you find a coin collector, but I mean, gold is also just gold. So by the way,
is there any value in me doing identify for 10 minutes, or is that?
Yeah, you can definitely unpack that.
Wasn't sure how soon it was going to be before the authorities showed up.
Yeah, we'll do the outro. The books are in a magically coded language that can't be read even by like the comprehend languages spell. Wow. You would need to consult with experts who have dealt with this before. So somebody in House Cannith perhaps, or House Civis, who has knowledge of languages or technical expertise. The gem is a gem of brightness with 32 charges remaining. They can be caused to flare up into just normal light, or it could be made to give off blinding flashes of light, I believe. And mixed in with the coins as well is another feather token. So since all of yours have been expended, one of you could pocket another one in case of emergency.
Not V.
I don't have any pockets.
Since you all have managed to arrest Gara, you work with Germain, the real Germain, who has recovered from the oil of Taggart poisoning and has taken the Knoll snitch into custody. You're paid your reward of 50 gold pieces each, and you are told that the Sharn Watch will contact you for handling matters like this in the future. In particular, Pazzo, Germain pulls you aside and says, I think you've done well for our mutual friends.
Thank you.
You return Caden Diorin to his father. You think that he might find you in favorable circumstances to deal with things that he doesn't want brought to his house's attention. And Yeah, all in all, you're able to bring everybody back to stand trial. Unfortunately, the laws of Galifar mean that it's a long and protracted legal proceedings. So it may take months, or there may be bribes that exchange hands. You don't know if Gara is going to go away for this necessarily. But if nothing else, she's going to get caught up on the tax evasion for taking these artifacts out of the city without without paying for them. So
Gotta pay your taxes, people.
Yep.
yeah, there's no flavor text for the conclusion of this. So let's just say the train comes to a halt. You're met by members of the city watch on carts this far from the city. They can't really operate a lot of flying apparatus. But you load Gara into the back of the paddy wagon, and you ride along with her. You meet up with Germaine, and she gives you the good news. Razor and Cole and the rest of the Warforged are sought out by Alden, and he makes a pointed effort to tell you all that he's made recompense for them. And he's offered them employment in his house, although some of them, of course, have turned him down. But Razor and Cole specifically do stay on to work there, assisting Vishtai in like the day-to-day matters of the house and things of that nature. And Cole's arm becomes fully functional. She is visited occasionally by Banner to make tweaks to it as he learns more and more about Warforged construction. But all of that is to say, this concludes this particular starter adventure.
Huzzah. So I would say next time we get together, V has bought a nice jacket, or a vest, sorry, with lots of pockets. So I will be able to claim my rewards in the future.
It's like a bandolier of pockets.
Yeah, just pockets. I look like a Deadpool without the uniform.
Oh yeah, Rob Liefeld draws
Exactly.
your costume upgrade for the next.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, perfect. Well, yeah. I mean, questions, comments, concerns. Do we do a post-mortem, or do we just?
Not necessarily here, but I know Jack specifically mentioned you're not really familiar with Eberron. After this, do you feel like you have a grasp of it? Is it interesting? Something you'd want to know more about?
So it was. I like the little lore drops that kept making me want to ask more questions about, because I've heard. I mean, I've got the silly book, but I didn't really appreciate that it was a completely separate realm, world. So, like, not like a separate continent on the planet of Faerun, right? So,
Right.
So I didn't capture that because I didn't investigate hard enough.
Yeah.
So when we think about like artificers showing up in Faerun, how do we think about that? Is it just people jumping worlds, or?
I mean, how I would run it at my table in that instance, Eberron's also got kind of a different cosmology. I mean, it's not to say that you couldn't, say that, through the nature of Planescape and all the other multiverse theories that D&D has had, that they're not connected. I think, canonically speaking, the only world that's not connected to all of the others is Athos, which is the world of Dark Sun. Because if anybody could go to Athos, it would really remove like all of the trouble of Dark Sun.
Yeah.
But that being said, like for my part, I would say if somebody went to play an Artificer and they wanted to be from Eberron, I would probably allow it, just like as some Planeswalker hands wavy, like, yeah, sure, whatever. But I would also say, I mean, there are organizations in the Forgotten Realms, like the Temple of Gond, in particular, who's basically the equivalent of Anatar, the god of smiths and tinkerers, or like, the gnomes. There are tinker type gnomes in the Forgotten Realms as well.
Sure.
So you can shoehorn it in, and I'm sure a lot of people have since the Artificer came out in 3.5. But
yeah,
I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that.
I'm going to let people play whatever they want, but I would also encourage them to not play an Artificer if we're not playing Eberron. Like that's kind of the point of Eberron, is that you have all those flavors and they create a type of adventure. And if you want to play that, well, then let's play an Eberron game type of a thing. But again, ultimately, if someone's like, no, I want to be an Artificer, sure. But like I do try to keep those flavors distinct so that they are unique. If we play an Eberron game, it should feel like an Eberron game. If we play in a Forgotten Realms, it should feel like that. But
Yeah.
But I thought you did a wonderful job, Ralph. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for running the adventure for us. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll wrap things up and get off here with the rest of our day. So, Remy, do you have anything, questions, comments, concerns?
Not really. I mean, this is the first time I've actually played Eberron. I own the original book from third edition. But yeah, I've never actually played. So, definitely fun. There's a lot of lore. I read the book. I didn't remember. So it's like, but certainly lots of fun. It's a great setting.
Yeah,
And
again,
with
it's my favorite.
Yeah. With regards to the Artificer, didn't they come out like, because, the setting didn't become official with 5th edition until like relatively recently, only the last couple
It
of
came
years.
out
But
with the Eberron book for 5th edition.
yeah,
Mhm.
I don't remember when that was. I think that's a couple of years past. I'm like, I have a backlog of podcasts, so I'm still like a couple of years behind. But I know the Artificer came out, in I believe Unearthed Arcana before that, right? Or some
Oh, yeah,
version of it, right? So I mean, they were playing with the class, but I mean, it might not be as presented in the Eberron book, right? So
Yeah. I think there was like an Unearthed Arcana that gave some archetypes to wizards that were like a battle armor wizard and things like that. And I think that was like the first hints of how they were going to approach. I do vaguely remember that Unearthed Arcana, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it came out just before like the Eberron book did. So it was
Yeah,
like
that's how
the,
they
hey,
did it,
it's
maybe.
coming.
Yeah. So this book for 5th edition came out in November of 2019.
Yeah. And I'll also say real quick on the Pazzo front of things that I sent a side message to Pazzo when he said that he had a background with the Boromar. And I said, hey, just so you know, Germaine is a Boromar associate. And she's not as corrupt as some of the other like Sharn Watch, but yeah, I just didn't want to give him a hidden agenda or anything, but I thought it would just be a good extra little bit to rope him in.
Nice. All right, Chris, what about you? Anything, comments, questions, concerns?
I mean, I think this is probably my 3rd or 4th time playing 5th edition and first time in Eberron. So I like how they built the character. I like how they kind of built all these characters. I mean, you were doing 12 points of damage on some of your attacks, and some of my spells will do the same type of damage. So I like that. Going through the pre-gens, like I said earlier, all the different like ancestries or whatever they're calling them now. I was confused on what all they are. It'd be nice to have a little better descriptions on the character sheets. It was a little confusing for me well, this is a human variant, or they look like a human, but they have this. And I'm like, well,
So what?
Yeah, that doesn't help me as a player kind of develop that mental image.
Right.
Like this one made sense to me with the dragon mark. I'm like, okay, it's almost like a brand on the person that they can do magic with or something like that. That gave me something I could play off of. So I liked that. Other than that, I enjoyed the game.
Again, I thought the game was really fun. Obviously, Eberron, I am a huge fan of the Eberron ever since it came out. Some of the conceits of it, again, it is Game of Thronesian in that there's these houses that have so much control and there's a lot of infighting between them. There was this big war that is now ostensibly over, but they could flare up any moment. So there's a lot of like spying and sort of like Cold War espionage you can do. But then there's also parts of the world that are just like old dungeon stuff. Go out there and explore, so you can kind of play however you want. But one of the things I really enjoy is there are not a lot of high level NPCs. Like there is no 20th level wizard walking around just not solving problems because they're busy and they ask you to do it. Like once you hit 3rd, 4th, 5th level, you're probably one of the more powerful people around. And that's why you are constantly doing things, because there aren't a lot of 20th level NPCs that are just too busy to deal with this instant, so they're asking you to do it. So there's a lot of things about the world and sort of the design of the world, the aesthetic that I really enjoy and fits my view of how games should be ran. But thank you all once again for joining us. For those of you listening or watching in the future, thank you. The Sample Adventures is an ongoing series here at the RPG Academy where we're taking a look at the provided example adventures in numerous games, source books, that kind of thing. I know we have a Dune RPG sample adventure coming up fairly soon. I think we got 13th Age, and then Blue Rose is also near the top, but it's sort of a working document. It sort of flares and ebbs and flows, but I think those are coming up soon. You can find me, of course, on Twitter at the RPG Academy. Pretty much anywhere you search for that, you should find me. Just in case anyone listens to the next 3 days, Catacon Kickstarter is currently running. We are $125 away from our next and last stretch goal. So please consider a donation $5 or more. You get a couple free games. It may even become 3 free games before it's all said and done. I'm not sure yet.
Cool.
Chris, where can people find you on the internet?
Burlew_Chris on Twitter. And you can listen to me here or on the Redemption podcast.
Excellent. And Jack, if you'd like to share your social media.
Yeah, I'm easy to find at Jack Vinson, jackvinson.com, Jack Vinson on Twitter, Jack Vinson on Discords. So always good fun.
Remy?
I'm Elframy on Twitter, and I'm in the RPG Discord.
Excellent. And then Ralph, again, you have your own channel. I do participate in some, but feel free to plug all your stuff here, sir.
Yeah. At Cthulhu on Twitter. It's CRITTHULHU. It's like Cthulhu with crit in there. But yeah, always looking for someone to venture by and find our Eberron stream. Everything's up on YouTube, same handle. Come check us out.
Excellent. All right. And with that, we will say, remember, if you're having fun,
You're doing it right.
doing it right. Thanks. And we'll see you next time. Bye.